Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for June 1st, 2021. My name is Carrie Marnick. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I'm going to read a few announcements. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, the town of Northborough has been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirements of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Let's see, I'd like to confirm that everyone present and anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard by stating the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Anthony Zeiton?
Here.
Amy Paretsky?
Here.
Millie Milton?
Here.
And Michelle Gillespie.
Here.
Let's see, staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Jubert?
Here.
Fred Litchfield?
Here.
Okie doke. Let's see, ground rules. I will invite each speaker on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. For items of public comment, which will include tonight, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comments as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note that part of your phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each name and afford approximately 3 minutes for any comments. Okay, this meeting does not have executive session, so that is it for announcements. We can get started on the agenda. Tonight on the agenda, we are going to just quickly get through an item that we haven't been able to get through just because we've been running so late with other meetings. Just to quickly go through our planning board subcommittee and reappointments to make sure we get that covered tonight. So as board members know, and so the public knows, typically we, on an annual basis, we talk about our different committees that we're assigned to and work with throughout the year. The list of the committees are on the agenda. And what we'll do now is just start, we'll just, I guess, go in order here. Just starting with Groundwater Advisory Committee. Any thoughts? Who's on? Amy, you're on that now. Any members interested or thinking about Groundwater Advisory Committee?
Depending on what Amy's interested, this is one board I haven't been on yet, and beyond design review, but I'd like to participate in groundwater if Amy's okay with that.
Amy, are you still interested? What's your thoughts on groundwater?
Yeah, I like groundwater, but it's good to switch around. So, I mean, I would leave groundwater and try design review. I've never done that one.
Okay. Michelle, what are your thoughts on design review?
I'm okay with staying on design review.
Okay, well, if we're switching stuff around and Amy's interested in design review, are you interested in another committee? Or Millie, are you interested in community preservation committee still?
I do enjoy it. I mean, I've only been on for 2 years and we don't meet very often, so it's not a huge commitment. But I'd love to stay on it, or if somebody else wants it, I'd be fine moving around too.
Michelle, are you interested in open space at all?
So like Millie, I've already been on I've already been on the Community Preservation Committee. So it's true, you don't meet that often, right?
No.
So it's good. I have not been on groundwater, so I'd be more apt to want to go on groundwater than I would be on open space.
Okay. I'm still interested in CMRPC. I am slated to be on the executive committee again for this year. And so that'll be coming up in June where I would be voted back on the executive committee. So I think that's a great opportunity for Northborough. I'd like to stay on that. Although I do believe we have a third spot on that. Kathy, do you remember if we have an alternate delegate on that committee on CMRPC?
For the planning board?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that. I thought we only had one
for each.
person, one person from the planning board, one person from the Board of Selectmen. I can double check though with them tomorrow.
Okay, I'm just curious because one thing, I do keep taking that spot, and as we're talking about switching around, if somebody this year wanted to attend anything with me, I think starting next month, it looks like we're going back to in person, or at least the annual meeting is in person next month. So if board members are interested in that, and maybe.
Well, if we're switching around, I've never been on CMRPC. I could go on that if you wanted to go on another one.
No, I don't want to go on another one. I'd like to stay on it because I am on the executive committee again this year. But I'm saying if a board member, if we don't have another delegate spot, if a board member wants to come with me this year, anyone's welcome to come. And the annual meeting actually, I think it's the RSVP period is closed for that. But usually there's a quarterly meeting that I think will start being in person. So it'll be a good opportunity. I know Kathy usually sends out the message for those too. So if there's a good topic coming up, I think anybody can go really.
Yep, any board member, ZBA or planning board.
So Michelle, if you're
So
interested.
I'm trying to understand this. Do you want people to rotate? Or do you want people to stay on the committees they stay on, and that the people want to come off, then you can switch?
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to find out who's interested in what, and then we can just nominate for whoever. I'm just trying to get a feel of who's interested in different committees.
Okay, so like yourself, I've been on design review. I like to stay on design review, like yourself. So
Yeah.
I'd like to stay on design review.
Okay, I think.
And I think Millie likes to stay on community preservation, and you want to stay on CMRPC. So that means Amy and Anthony could probably just switch with each other.
Okay, I think that for design review, I would like to see some new leadership on that team. You've been there for a while, and I think it's time to have give someone else a chance at it. I think last year Millie thought about it and wasn't able to do it, and it would be nice to see another board member take design review.
Mm.
So I guess what we can do is if you are interested in something like CMRPC, you're welcome to come with me and participate that way. Or if you're interested in open space, that might be a good option as well. Millie, are you interested in open space as well, or community preservation?
I guess I'd rather stay with the community preservation. I don't know what the commitment is for open space at this time.
Okay.
So could I also go on groundwater? I mean, I've not been on groundwater.
Okay, well, Anthony just expressed an interest in that, so.
I guess we have
I'm trying
two
to
people who
figure
have
out-
expressed an interest.
Yeah,
I'm assuming this wasn't decided ahead of time.
no, I'm just trying to find out what everybody's interested in, so.
Mhm.
Okay, so why don't we start with groundwater then? So I guess knowing what members are interested in, is there a thought on groundwater?
I'm not, I enjoy open space as well. I mean, if Michelle really wants groundwater, I'm not,
Have you been on open space before?
who, me?
Yeah.
I'm currently on open space.
Oh, okay. And who else has been on open space before?
I have. Yeah.
Okay,
Well, how do we do it? Do we just make a motion?
yes.
All right, well, I'll make a motion to nominate Anthony for groundwater. Since he said it first.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
Okay, then all in favor for Anthony on groundwater? Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
I,
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle,
Abstain.
and Carrie's an aye. Is there a nomination for design review?
Make a motion to nominate Amy Paretsky for design review.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle?
No,
And
nay.
Carrie and I. Okay. Is there a motion, is there a nomination for community preservation?
I make a motion to nominate Millie for community preservation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of Anthony,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Nomination for open space committee? Okay, we'll come back to that. Nomination for CMRPC?
I'll nominate Carrie Martinek for CMRPC.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, Michelle, do you want to think about open space as an option? Or do you want to come with and do some CMRPC stuff?
I'll get back to you.
Okay, we'll get back to that one then. We'll leave that open for now and get back to it next month. Next on our agenda, we actually have some vacancies. So we have a earthwork board vacancy. I think this was his year anyway, but it sounded like Fred also retired in general. He left the committee. It just so happens to time up with his term. Is that correct?
Yes, yep, that was Fred Philcox.
Yep.
And I've contacted the chair of the, earthwork board. And I know Fred has also spoken with her, as we had anticipated that Fred Philcox might not be, coming back to the committee. So, and in the past, the chair, Janet Sandstrom, she's been able to find people for the board. So we've reached out to her. And then it's also, like all positions, is advertised on the town's website.
Okay, so he's not interested in reappointment, obviously.
I would assume not, since he was given a certificate.
I know, but we don't have to have anything on file as it relates to the process. Like, we don't need a letter from him that says he's not seeking reappointment, or we can just.
We can for the file. I mean, we can reach out to Mr. Philcox and ask him for one.
Okay. Well, if it makes sense, I don't know. I don't know if that's something we need on file or not. Maybe not.
I mean,
I think we have a letter, an email from him.
Oh, we
or his
do.
wife,
Okay.
Somewhere in my file.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind taking the spot. Just, it's a planning board position. I don't think they meet that often. I'd like to learn about what they do.
Well,
It used to be part of the planning board, I think.
it's not that it's a planning board person. It's a planning board. It's your appointment to
Right.
that committee. So
Yeah.
there's, each person, just like on groundwater, each person is appointed by a specific committee.
Do you
Yeah.
want to see if we get any applications, and then maybe if we don't evaluate?
Actually, Carrie, I just wanted to point out one thing. The groundwater committee is different than the earthwork board by charter. The groundwater committee is a member of those 5 different boards, but the earthwork board is an appointment by those 5 different boards. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Groundwater is specifically called out to be one of the board members of the 5 different committees.
Okay. So do we want, that vacancy's been posted?
Yes, yep.
Do we want? Okay, Amy.
Oh, I was gonna say, I can go until they find someone. I'd like to see, how it all ties together
But I
with planning board.
don't think you can. I think the way that it's written is that the planning board, appoints not a member of their own body to the earthwork. The planning board, appoints, you know, somebody from the, I guess you'd say the general public. I don't know how it's exactly worded. But I mean, anyone can go to the meetings, of course. I mean, they're public meetings, but.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think, you know, typically in the past, you know, the people that have been involved are either like in the construction trade or we had a geologist for the longest time. That was fantastic to have them on. Engineers have been on. So, I mean, it's typically someone with, you know, that kind of background.
So, and if nobody applies, what do we do?
Well, that's where Janet comes in. she always has been able to find somebody, but
I think Mr. Philcox was my science teacher.
I remember you saying that. All
Yeah.
right, well, what if we do, with the vacancy's been posted either way, so if people apply, we'll know where we stand. But then where, can we just double check the charter or wherever this is to make sure that that's the setup? If we don't find anybody and Amy's interested or still interested, I don't know. Is this it's in the charter, I assume?
yeah, I assume so too. I mean, between Fred and I, we can check on that. Fred's the staff liaison to the Earth.
Okay. All right, great.
Just as a side note, Carrie, the committee's not going to be meeting in June, so their next scheduled meeting, if one is necessary, will be the third Wednesday in July. So you have some time.
Okay. Okay, so if it's been posted, do we give a 2-week period for giving people the option to send in? So we'd schedule interviews after like a 2-week post period?
I mean, there's no, I don't, the planning board doesn't have any, you know, particular policy about that. It's just always been that, you know, we post it, you know, people express an interest. If there's more than one, you know, an interview would happen. I mean, that would be, you know, the best situation is that you'd have more than one person interested.
Yep. Okay, do we want to set a time frame? If that next meeting is the third Wednesday in July, would we want to set interviews if we, assuming we get applicants for the, we only have one meeting in July anyway,
Right, July 6th.
So tentatively, do we want to schedule that day for an interview for applicants? Or people applying? Because otherwise we don't meet again until August. And if we do find somebody, it'd be nice if they could make it to the 21st, the meeting of the 21st.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll put that on, you know, I mean, I'll add that to your July 6th agenda.
Okay, and then as part of the announcement online, is that something that you can easily find the planning board appointments as well? I feel like I can always find the board of selectmen ones, but I have trouble finding the planning board ones.
There's just one master list that the administrator's office keeps, and it lists all the boards that have vacancies.
Okay,
So it's listed there. It's not called out any place, you know, in addition to that.
okay, so how would people know when applications are due? Would it be, should we just set a schedule for when applications are due so people know?
Yeah, I can ask, you know, I'll just ask if they can add that to the website.
Okay. So maybe is the 14th reasonable? So we have, in case we need to discuss anything on the 15th, our last meeting before. I mean, I know this isn't a huge deal, so I don't want to belabor the process, but should we?
I mean, I don't know if you're asking me or the board, Carrie, but that's fine with me.
Okay, does that sound okay for board members to do by June 15th? That would be 2 weeks from now, just to get applications. And then we'll know by July, we'll have interviews July 6th.
Sounds good.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
you're only asking until June 15th to get applications. Why don't you ask until the end of the month?
you think that's better? I just wondered if we needed to meet at
You need to
all.
give people time.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Do we want to go through the end of June? June 30th?
Sure, I'm good with whatever.
It honestly doesn't matter to me.
I
We
think it's
just
fine.
We just won't have a meeting before then, so. Okay. All right, we'll do the 30th for that. And then we'll plan on Well, the only problem is how about we say the 25th? Because we head into the July, after the 30th, we head into the July 4th weekend. And that might be tough with, I don't know if board members have plans, but then we have the meeting on the 6th. So how about we make it June 25th, the last full week in July? That's a Friday.
Sounds good.
Okay, so June 25th, they'll be due. Okay, the next on our schedule for appointments is, we actually have been talking about this for the last 3 years. We need to rotate the terms on the design review committee. And I think what I got for what was proposed actually included the planning board member. So I think our bylaw is only for the 4 members of the board, not the planning board member and the 4 members. So my thought process is to bump everybody up by that year, because otherwise we're never going to be rotating these terms. So the schedule that I received was,
So Carrie,
yeah.
so I'm trying to understand this. The planning board, the design review committee sent to the planning board, and the planning board has not discussed the terms at all. It was recommended that the terms for the 2 that you have in question, Tom Reardon and Dave Veron, are the 22nd, 2022. So are you suggesting they're 2021?
Yes, because the terms that were suggested actually included planning board.
No, that's not why. That's not it. That's not why. It was when we did it, they were 2022. Now, if you're following the procedure that the Board of Selectmen use, you would then go out and give so many months to, first you'd ask if they want to stay on the board, and then you'd want to go out and you'd want to advertise it. And that's way past the period, like we're past 2021. Into the
No,
year
this would be the same, that
2022.
we're using the same process we just used for Fred, but we're applying it to design review. So we're going
The
to ask.
design review recommended that those were the terms, that they were going to be 2022.
Okay, but the design review is not does not direct this board on the design
Right, but-
review serves for this board. The
I
terms are
understand
not
that. I just don't
proper.
understand why you've made this decision when the board in a whole has not even discussed.
Okay, we can discuss it right now then.
I guess what you have to discuss is the whole procedure, like, for example, when is it going to start? How is it going to start? I think we went through this whole process. I'm just really surprised that this is coming out like this right now.
Well, we need to do a reappointment. Obviously, you're not the reappointment because you're the planning board member. The bylaw calls for a rotation of terms for the 4 members. The next members on the list, I just went down the list of who is next. Tom and Dave are next, then Diana, then Lisa. So if you're not an applicable if you're not in the bylaw as part of the rotation, I'm just bumping everybody up. I don't think I don't know how else to do that other than remix it, but that doesn't make sense if we already have a schedule.
I guess what doesn't make sense to me is why would you're in right now, this is your year, 21 to 22, you're in the year right now.
So who would rotate this year in your mind?
We had sent a letter, the design review committee said that their term would end in 2022.
But-
This is Tom Reardon's and Dave Veron's last year.
But you would put yourself in as April 2021, and that's not valid. The planning board never voted on these terms. These are terms sent to us that aren't valid, so we need to fix them. So if you're not valid for 2021.
I'm not, you just took me out of it. I'm just saying in general, when we talked about this, that's when, that was the year ending was 2022 for those 2 candidates. And then the next one was Diana, and then the next one was Lisa.
Yeah.
I think that's it. That's
Yeah,
how we
so
did it.
Yes, that's the order. And I'm just bumping it up because we've been doing this for 3 years and nobody's term has ended, and it's been 3 years. So whose term is ending at the end of 3 years? Since it can't be you, I'm just bumping it up. If it's not you, if it's not Tom or Dave, whose term is ending? It's been 3 years since we did this.
I don't know, Kathy, can you weigh in? It doesn't make sense to me what she's talking about.
Michelle, that goes through the chair, number 1. Number 2, this is my recommendation that we're bumping up the terms. Do any board members have thoughts on a different approach that I'm certainly open to? if somebody has a different approach. I don't know of a different approach than bumping up the terms, because do we randomly pick them? I don't think that's fair. So I just did it in the same order that design review did it, bumped up. They're 3-year terms. It's been 3 years. So does anybody have a different solution? Any board members have a different solution?
I'm a little bit confused on what we're trying to do here. But I think that's not really that important. I guess my concern is that do the 2 people that are due up this year know that that are due up next year? Would they know they're due up this year if we bumped it up? I'm not sure how that could really work.
Yeah, I think they should get a letter that lets them know, that says you're eligible for reappointment, and they could very well just be reappointed. It's similar to what just happened with Fred. Your term is up. You are eligible for reappointment. If you'd like to apply, please do. And then they just reapply.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just reading the bylaw that we created, and that's how we set it up, and we did it purposely because we wanted to we wanted a reappointment schedule in place.
Carrie,
Right.
can you just show me where that is in the bylaws? I just didn't know where you guys were getting that from.
Yes, hold on a second.
Carrie, can I
Okay.
just ask if you, just because I'll be doing the advertising, do you want, if the board goes forward with this tonight, so what will be the term? Are we going to do what the Board of Selectmen do for terms, which is, May 1st to the following April 30th? Because I know what they do is they start to advertise. I think they send out letters in like February.
Does that make it easier? I guess what would we have done for Fred, or even for next year for finance? Is it a similar schedule?
For the for the finance and earthwork in the past, what I recall is it was right after the election. And that
Right.
when the board would talk about it. So, I mean, I'm just asking for clarification on design review because it's the first time, that the board's doing this. So, so do you want, because on one hand, I'm thinking if you want to follow what the selectmen do, does it then make sense to wait to 2022? Because then you'd be advertising, sending out letters and advertising in February, asking people if they want to get reappointed, and then you would do the reappointments in April, like the selectmen do. But if you don't, we just have to keep in mind that, whatever your term is going to be, we need to figure out what the term is tonight. Is the term, July, as of July 1st or August 1st, you know what I mean? Just so that there's consistency with all the members.
What would Fred's term, what would the term be for earthworks right now? Because we're just doing the same exact thing with earthworks. What would that term be?
Well, the earthwork terms are all under, or have been historically under what the selectmen had done. So those people's terms were May 1st to April 30th.
Okay, so can we just do it similar to earthwork? So even though we're appointing it now, we're just going to run the same term. So similar to, we were late for both of them. So can we just do it the same process for both to keep all of our appointments in line?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking you what it is that you want to do, because earthwork, even though, we don't have someone for earthwork right now, their term will be until April 30th. Are they 3 years, Fred, for earthwork? Yeah,
Okay,
so it'll be,
okay.
so we don't have the ability, or the planning board doesn't have the ability to change that.
Okay.
So if you want to do that for design review, then whether it's the present people being reappointed, or if you found someone else, they're just going to have a shortened first term. That's all.
Right. Okay, so Millie, it's on it's under 7-03-070, and it's
Yeah.
on page 720, appointment of design review committee.
Yep, I did find it. I wasn't aware that it was a committee that had just started.
No, it wasn't. So this was something we did, I think, before you joined the board, Millie.
Yeah,
So sorry, I should have backed up. I took for granted that you've been, it seems like you've been here forever. I took for granted. We created a bylaw 3 years ago that the terms would be reappointed, or they would be up for reappointment every 3 years. So that way we could just allow people the chance to say, either I need a break, or I still want to do this, or maybe there are other people that wanted to fill the spot.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to set like time milestones in place where that could happen. And we didn't have a process for that at the time. So we said, okay, let's create this bylaw so that we have that stop point where we could do that. And we're at a point where we've been talking about it and we put it in place so long ago. It's time to do it.
Yes.
And I think we just need to settle on how that's done.
And then Millie, the design review committee worked out all these details with the time back in October. So they had submitted in their meeting minutes that Tom Reardon and Dave Veron, which are the people in question, would be on 2022.
Yes.
Terry, however, disagrees with that and wants to move it up by a year.
I don't disagree that that was what was put in your minutes, but I don't know who else to put in the 2021 spot. If 3 years is up, who goes in 2021?
And I think if we look back like 3 years to our minutes, I think we had come up with a plan 3 years ago before design review did. So, but I haven't gone back and looked, but the planning board member shouldn't be on the list of rotation because we can rotate that every year. So it doesn't make sense.
That's not even in the bylaw that that's how it works. So, I mean,
Terry, when was it voted at town meeting? When do we vote it at town meeting?
I think 2018, because I have it in my 2018 book.
Let's see.
Do I?
Kathy, do you have it when we voted and enacted this at town meeting?
I think it was 2019, but I can check real quick with a warrant if you want me to, when I have them here.
I mean, also not to mention the people that are here have been on way longer than 3 years. So I think part of our assignment at the time was to make sure that we were keeping people at that 3-year mark, which is why you guys went back with town council and came up with a schedule. So if not 2020, if we need someone in the 2021 spot, who's the right person? Like, what's the logical way to do it, if not bumping everybody up?
Well, I think if it was enacted at town meeting for 2019, then 3 years would be,
No, but either way,
2022.
these people have had longer terms than 3 years. This was just when we wanted to put it in.
I don't think we talked about long terms. We just went through nominating people on the planning board who've been on committees for longer. Long terms. I don't think that was part of the discussion. I think our starting point was when it was enacted at town meeting.
I don't think that was it at all. I mean, I think we wanted to put a schedule in place. We put a schedule in place. It was an incorrect schedule. How do we fix it? Is there a different solution than bumping it up a year? Does any board member have another solution?
So just to the conversations you were just having, I just checked the warrant. It was 2019.
Okay, that's fine. But how are we going to just not reappoint people as we intended because what? There was a mistake made on the list? Or do we want to put up some sort of rotation so that we have that stop point that we intended when we created this bylaw?
Because I think Lisa was added in 20, then someone was supposed to rotate in 21, then someone's supposed to rotate in 22. So there should be a rotation this year.
The residents went to town meeting and they voted on the design review thing in 2019, which we at that point had said the architects or whatever would be 3 years out is 2022, which is why we discussed it at our meeting at design review, and that's where you get your dates.
Okay, so I understand your opinion, Michelle. Anthony, what is your thoughts on this?
I just think that, I mean, these spots have been same people for a number of years. I just think it'd be a good opportunity to see if there's other folks in the community who don't want to participate.
Amy, what are your thoughts on this?
Yep, I think when it started, like Lisa was a new slot, so she was a 2020. And then 2021, someone was supposed to rotate out in 2022. So there is supposed to be a rotation this year. I don't know how it, was decided to be Michelle, but I think there needs to be a rotation. That's what we decided.
Well, I
I don't
don't
think
think,
there was any discussion that the architects had 3 more years.
No.
so just for clarification, I don't think the intent was to remove people from the board.
No,
It's just a
Okay, is
reappointment.
so the argument that you guys are giving now is that they've been on too long, they need to go.
no,
No,
So
it just
what
gives
all
them a
I'm
chance
saying is
to-
that at town meeting, we went to town meeting with the proposal. The residents voted, it was 2019. We added on 3 years, that's how we got the 2022. If you're asking. how
But
we
you
got it,
obviously put a term in here for 2021. So why did design review assign a 2021 term at all? It should have just started with 2022 with that logic, but it started with 2021.
I think if I can just add in, Carrie, on that, because I looked up the design review committee minutes, which are brief. But I think because, now obviously I'm not on the design review committee, but I think because the planning board person is basically reappointed, just like what you did, you just went through with the other.
Oh, yeah. But in the bylaw, the problem is in the bylaw, that's not part of the term. So I think it was just maybe a misconnection in the bylaw versus what was presented to us. So I'm just trying to fix the disconnect, because in the bylaw, it's only the 4 additional members. And we have a proposal here that includes 2021, but now we're saying, forget 2021, let's just wait. I don't think that's in the spirit of what we intended to do with this bylaw, which was to provide a rotation schedule of the 4 members. So the question for me is, how do we fix, if we made a place for 2021 and that was the wrong placement, how do we fix it? And I think the easiest fix is to bump everybody up versus reconfigure everyone and give them notice that they have the option for reappointment, and I'll open up for other people to apply, just like every other committee has the opportunity to do. And I don't think it's a bad thing.
You could also, given that it is the 4 members and not the planning board member, you could truly stagger it, and each person, you don't have to have 2 in 1 year. Just as, as a thought, so that every, because I think the only reason why that was done was thinking that, the planning board person who gets reappointed every year was just automatically included. So then it was like, okay, well, if we're going to stick to a 3-year schedule, we've only got 21, 22, and 23 to do.
Does
So
that sound like a reasonable compromise?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, that's reasonable.
I would suggest too, it probably, you should split up the architect. So it should be architect, landscape architect, and architect. Because it might be hard, like 2 years in a row to
Oh,
have
yeah,
2
yeah.
architects come up.
So the new one would go Tom, Dave, Diana, Lisa. So
The
that
architects are already split up.
they're split up. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's good. So so that sounds like a good compromise to me, if the board agrees with that.
Yep.
So you're thinking, just for our notes here, so you're thinking Tom Reardon 2022.
No,
Dave-
2021.
Oh, sorry, yep, 2021. Dave Veron 2022.
Yep.
Diana 2023.
Yep.
Lisa 2024.
Yep. And I guess we'll just have to check for anyone who, I think Lisa came under the assumption it was a 3-year term. So I guess we just have to make sure that's okay.
Oh, that's true too. If you want, because I think she was appointed in 2000.
20.
Right, so that gets changed. I think she came on in November of 2019.
Really, they all have been longer than 3-year terms, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's just a courtesy just a notification.
But I mean, if you want, if you wanted to start, I thought I had a little note here about design review and open space. I mean, if you wanted to do that based on, I mean, again, not Lisa the person, but that position, if you wanted to start that from the, date that that person was assigned. So that would bring that. Or do you just want to table it till the next meeting and I can find out when Lisa was appointed?
No, I think we can keep it simple and just go down the list. And then if there's a problem, we have plenty of time to figure it out between today and 2023. Why don't we just keep it simple so we can solve this problem?
Because if you put Lisa to 3 years, now you're doubling up people again.
Or just switch that person?
Yeah, but then Diana's way longer than 3 years, so.
And then if you go back to the top, Kathy, it's back to 2 architects in a row. So like if she switched to the bottom, when you come back up to the next appointment is the architect again. So those 2 will meet up
Yeah.
at the bottom of the list. So, well, we can figure out that part, either it's the same year or the following year. And maybe just depending on.
So then if you,
Oh, wait, it is the same year now, actually. Oh, we talked about splitting it up, but Diana and Lisa are scheduled for the same year, 2023.
Yeah.
right, but I just, when I had just read through for our notes, I had kept Diana at 2023 and moved Lisa to 2024.
So maybe.
So then again, you've got 4 people.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
It's staggered,
you're right.
every year, so you don't have people up in the same year.
Our
So,
bylaw says 3 years, because we could do a 4-year term.
no, your bylaw says 3 years. You change,
Okay,
Yeah,
you insert that in 2019.
yeah.
And that's, I believe that's the year that Tony Abu resigned, and then you appointed Lisa.
So why don't you just have 3? So you have your 4 members, you keep 2 on double 1 year and 1 on 1 year and 1 on the other year, and you're keeping within your 3-year cycle, right? That's the intent, not to go 4 years, to go 3 years. So now all of a sudden you're adding on years.
right.
So, you just made the argument about moving forward. Now you're adding on. So like, it doesn't make sense, that
So,
suggestion. So you've already got Diana and Tom on alternating years. They're both architects. And then you've got Dave Veron, who's a landscape architect. And then you have a resident at large.
Yep,
So the resident at large should probably be on where they are right now with Diana.
yeah. That may, even though it does double up the architects, I think that makes the best sense to do 21, 22, and then 2 23s. And then, well, I guess we'll always run into that problem, but
Okay.
still, it doesn't assume people are leaving. It could just be a reappointment. So it's not like there's always going to be like that doesn't mean Diana is not going to be reappointed. She can be reappointed and then there's no change in architect. So
And
So do you
Tom
want-
could be reappointed too.
she doesn't.
And Tom could be.
Oh, yeah,
reappointed,
right.
too.
So it doesn't mean that it's just giving the option for people to check in and say if they want to stay and say if anybody's interested. So
So do you want to keep then, Kerry, using the same schedule you just did with the earthwork board? Do you want, I'll send a letter to Tom Reardon about, his term being up, and he can ask for reappointment if he's still interested, which I believe he is. And then, we'll advertise for any other applicants to send something in by June 25th.
yep, so that sounds good. And then we'll do
Okay.
the same schedule on the July 6th.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so then that'll follow the same exact schedule. We'll keep it easy. We obviously don't have, and then finance next year will just fall on the regular schedule.
Right, that's, the whole financial planning board, comes under the selectmen, so they take care of sending out those letters, asking if people want to be reappointed, and then they also, put the ad out if anyone else wants to apply.
Okay, but we actually meet with the applicant and pick.
Yes, you do, but they do the
Got it.
forefront work.
Okay. Okay, great. That took longer than I thought, so thanks for sticking through that. I'm glad we did that and didn't save it till the end of the night, though. Okay, moving on, we have the continued public hearing for 1 Lyman Street. So Jim, if you could bring everybody in. I don't have a list of who's coming in. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna adjust my temperature over here.
And actually, I'm sure the applicant will make reference to this, but I believe that their engineer had a conflict tonight. So I don't think that you'll be seeing Vito Colonna tonight, but the applicant can verify that.
Okay. So it looks like we have everybody in. Hello.
Hello.
Let's see. So I'm just going to shift all my materials here. Okay, the last time we met, we had a couple of different questions from council, and we did hear back from council on our questions. I don't know, did planning board members get a chance to see the response from Attorney Dineski? Or do you need a minute to look at it?
And Carrie, I don't know if you want me to read it, you to read it, summarize it, whatever, but I had sent that out to the board members just this afternoon. I had received it at just about 5 o'clock. And then when I saw it, it was probably about 20 after 5 that I sent it to you.
Okay.
I did not see it.
Okay. Kathy, do you want to read it and do the honors?
Sure. Sure. The questions that I'll just summarize the questions that the board had from the last meeting, and then specifically read what town council said. But basically, you had questions about whether or not you could make the special permit. You could write the special permit so that it ran with the applicant as opposed to the landowner, and because typically special permits run with the land, so that was one of the questions for town council. And then the other question was about given that there was a variance, was already awarded to the applicant for the groundwater, and did that negate the applicant having to apply for a special permit under the groundwater? So as far as the special permit running with either the applicant or the landowner, town council stated the general rule under state law is that special permits run with the land. However, there is no provision in Chapter 48, Section 9, with respect to a prohibition on special permits being personal to the applicant. The case law on this issue suggests that such a condition should be supported by a finding related to the particulars of the use or conditions of the property, and why it is appropriate or necessary to impose a condition that the special permit be limited to the applicant. From the information contained in the application copy I reviewed, I did not see that the warehouse and office use would involve special activities or risks. If there is information on which the board could make a finding of a particular need that the requested special permit be personal to the applicant, language along the following lines could be used for a condition. And then he meaning Mr. Dineski, wrote a sentence, a couple sentences, which say, this special permit is not transferable or assignable to any other person or entity. and shall remain exclusively with the applicant for the use of the property for operation of the proposed use. Any transfer or assignment shall require amendment of the special permit on application of the applicant. And
Okay.
then as far as the groundwater, does the fact that they have the applicant has a variance, do they still need a special permit from groundwater? He writes, the variance application was presented to and reviewed by the Groundwater Advisory Committee, which made a recommendation of approval to the Zoning Board of Appeals. As a result, the type of oversight process provided for in the zoning bylaw took place. I understand that the procedural steps outlined to the applicant by land use staff were an application to the ZBA for a variance and an application to the planning board for a special permit for the warehouse use in the industrial district and site plan approval. On the facts and circumstances of this application, I see the variance as essentially fulfilling the purpose or taking the place of a groundwater overlay district special permit.
Okay. Any board member questions on either one of those responses? And not that Kathy is the, I don't know, I don't mean to put you as a proxy for town council, but just in general, I guess, any questions from the board members?
Just have a quick one through the chair.
Sure.
Kathy, I had, I don't know if you got it, but it was last week I sent out an email asking about the variance for 1 Lyman because it was mentioned there might be some conditions on it. I just wanted to ask if there were any conditions attached to the variance that we should know about.
No, I sent town council, Amy, the copy of the application, obviously, for the planning board, and then
Yeah.
also the copy of the zoning board of appeals variance decision. And in the findings reference a couple of points from the groundwater, but in the actual decision, those aren't specific conditions in the decision section.
I just wanted to read them because as part of our decision, you know, I just wanted to read what conditions the ZBA had applied.
So, okay, I can, give me a second, Carrie, if you want to go on.
Sure. Well, my
Yeah.
question's similar, but my question is, what if the plan has changed since the ZBA reviewed it as part of the variance and things have moved around that maybe impact groundwater? Could we still place conditions, even though this isn't a groundwater permit? How would we, like, you know, if something's been moved or if there's, I don't know, Fred, did you notice any in the plans changing over time, like things that impacted groundwater in a different way based on changes in the plans, or did you not see anything?
There were no changes to the plan that would affect the groundwater's review.
Okay,
The changes, as a matter of fact, the memo that went to the ZBA recommending approval asked that they specifically follow the conditions of that section of the zoning bylaw in groundwater, and they did that. Even though it wasn't an actual condition, it was a recommendation in the letter, and it didn't get included as a condition, but they did follow those guidelines.
okay. So I guess that's a moot point. I didn't know if something did change and it did impact groundwater differently, how would we reflect that in the current permit process? But it sounds
I
like
had a
that's.
quick question because I was on groundwater then. I know at that time, and I'd have to go back and look, they were talking about tying into the sewer with the Zero Bartlett. I can't remember, maybe you can, Fred. When that went in front of groundwater, were they talking about it being on sewer or septic? Maybe it was, sorry.
Okay for me?
Yep.
As I recall, the discussion at the time was Gutierrez was before the planning board for their site plan across the street at 0 Bartlett Street, and they're gonna bring the sewer down to a certain point to access their site. and the recommendation was that the applicant at 1 Lyman Street tie in if it was available at the time of construction. So there was no requirement for them to actually tie in because it was, without that project, it was quite a bit away. If that project goes forward and they bring the sewer down, it would be within 800 feet and it was doable for a force main.
Okay, so the Board of Health looked at this sewer system and approved it for this location?
I don't know about that. I just know that their applicant went to the groundwater committee and to the planning board. So I don't know if the Board of Health reviewed the application for the septic disposal, sewage disposal system.
So if somebody could let me know, is the decision up
Yes.
on the, okay. So, and I'm sorry for scrolling if that made people queasy like it did me. So this is the decision section of the 1 Lyman Street. And so obviously the first, decision here, I mean, the first part of the decision talks about granting a variance. And then it references plans and then the vote. So there weren't any conditions, separate conditions placed on the applicant. Amy, if that answers your question, that's the decision right there.
Okay, so there's no conditions at all.
Correct.
But,
And
but what if groundwater had conditions as part of their review?
No, groundwater suggested these 3 right here.
Oh, and Fred, that's what Fred's saying. They did those anyway.
Right, and then the applicant has agreed to those, but they were not put in as, additional conditions on the decision.
Can we add them to our decision? Because if the applicant agrees, but it's not in any decision, they can agree, and then as soon as they get their decision, they don't have to do it, because that's happened before. If it's not in the decision, it's not enforceable.
Well, the only one to in my opinion, that's applicable is this number 1, is that there shall be no storage of toxic or hazardous chemicals beyond an amount normally found in a single family home, because they've adhered. The second one is about site plan approval, and they've adhered to that. And then the third one is just a suggestion about considering connecting to town sewer if a connection is available. So you can't make somebody connect to town sewer.
Right, yeah.
So,
I'm sorry, Carrie.
Go ahead,
I
go
would think that the applicant would be fine if the planning board approved their project with a condition that says there is no storage or toxic or hazardous material than found in a normal single family home, simply because they agreed to that originally. And if you're also talking about tying it to the applicant, the permit to the applicant, if that's possible, then it kind of makes it moot. The reason the groundwater committee wanted that in there is because there was no talk about containment or spill or education of the employees there, which all usually takes place if there is chemicals. They said there wasn't, and then we recommended this so that we could confirm it when they actually went to build.
okay. But it would not be a condition. Number 2 would not be a condition.
Number 2, it would be moot because they've already met those
Yeah.
portions of that section of the
Right, okay.
bylaw when they filed.
Okay. All right.
Want me to take this down?
Amy, did you have another
Yeah,
question?
the only one is on the second one where it says D3B5. It talks about on-site sewage disposal less than or equal to 110 gallons per day per 10,000 square feet. So it would be less than 220 gallons a day. I guess, I don't know if we checked that. Was that would be something the Board of Health usually double checks, right?
That is checked by the Board of Health at the time of building permit application, but the plans that came with the application to you did indicate that that was their design. So I don't have the plans opened up, but when I reviewed it before, I found that they had met that. But again, you could add it as a condition, and I feel very comfortable saying that it shouldn't be an objection by the applicant because that was their proposal. They were aware of that recommendation by the groundwater committee to the ZBA.
And through the chair, if I could add,
Yep, sure.
the site is over 4 acres. And so it's not a problem. And even though under DEP requirements, this is what Vito explained at the last meeting, it goes up to 800 gallons, but the actual use is probably going to be less than 200 gallons.
Yes, I remember. Mhm. Okay. Okay, Amy, did you have other questions on this one?
Well, just, I guess, I don't know if there's a concern from the Board of Health. I'd like to double check with them. If they said the sewer's up to 800, but then the groundwater bylaw says, oh, it's lot area, not building area.
Correct.
Okay. But I would like to somehow check to see if the Board of Health, do you know, Attorney Gould, if the Board of Health has reviewed the sewer?
I do not know the answer, but I did ask Vito prior to 2 meetings ago if there would be any problem with the septic, and he says, no, they've designed it to the standards required by the town and by DEP.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he stressed to me, we're actually dealing with over 4 acres on the site. And technically we have to design it for up to 800 gallons, but the use was only going to be 200 or less.
Okay.
And the
And
Board
to
of Health,
follow up on what Fred had said, we did agree at the meeting that at the time of construction, if sewer was within 800 feet, we would be happy to connect to the sewer. And I believe that is still the case. But I believe that the sewer was going to come in across the street within 800 feet. And you're more familiar with them than I am, but I believe that site has not received a special permit. So that is in question right now, whether that will occur.
Okay. Any other questions on that?
No.
Okay. Okay, so last time we met, we had a list of questions we were looking at. It got really late. So I wanted to get back to some of those questions, and Attorney Gould, you had thought we could get through them pretty quickly. Is that still something that we could take a look at, any of these questions that make as there? Do you want me to go through a couple of them that are?
Well, let me just find the email because I believe we have that here. Okay, so I have here an email from Ann Beckstrom dated May 17th. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes. So I
Okay.
don't think it's necessary there's some question like, you know, I don't know, we don't have to go into every single question. I think some we answered. Did you want to, is it easier if you go through and kind of pick out what you're able to answer and then we can?
I'm happy to do that. If you think
Sure.
it's taking too much time and you want to jump ahead, that's fine. Item number 1 talks about a massive commercial warehouse with limited buildable area. The engineer has stated on more than one occasion, we are not close to maxing out on what could be built on this lot. And this commercial warehouse is 17,000 square feet of warehouse space. So although it's certainly larger than a house, it's going to be one of the smallest warehouses on either Bartlett or on Lyman Street. Should I keep moving on or wait?
Yeah, go right ahead, sure.
Okay. On number 2, I think the board knows it's not unusual to seek permitting to build on property they don't own. There's often a permitting contingency, as in this case. Number 3, I think, is a question that doesn't necessarily call for an answer. Number 4, again, refers to massive industrial warehouse in the midst of residential. And we have explained this before, that it is on the outskirts, where on 2 sides, it is bounded by other warehouse and industrial operations, and directly across Lyman and further up the street on Bartlett, it is residential, but it is not in the midst of residential. The exact footprint, I think we have made clear. The warehouse will be 17,000 feet, all one level. The office is 3,000 square foot footprint, but with 2 levels. So that would be 3 on the first floor, 3 on the second floor. Item number 6, I think our architect answered last time that the building height of 34 might be 4 feet higher than the current building use, but it is almost 30 feet lower than that allowed by the bylaw. Number 7, I think our architect answered this question last time, that they are not heat or light reflective, or corrosive, and they are unlikely to rust or rot over time. There were specific questions asked on number 8, but I don't think that they are more comments than they are questions, I think. On item number 9, where it talks about traffic, I think we have answered that. That right now in Southborough, it's once every 3 months, that it is likely that if he doubles the size of his employees, it might double the frequency of the tractor trailer deliveries. On number 10, we have had this conversation before. My client is willing to make the operating hours certainly 8 to 8. And in fact, right now, my client has stated publicly, his hours are actually 9 to 6, but some of his employees do come in a little early. And although they tend to finish at 6, they have to wait till the UPS delivery truck, not the tractor trailer, comes, and they have to be there for that. So the 8 to 8 is acceptable. On the building specific question, I believe that the engineer answered that about the 100 feet setback for the industrial last time, and actually spoke about the offset from the paved surface of the street, that is not the actual location of the street. The street is far more than the roughly 24 feet of paved surface. It's actually a 60-foot wide right-of-way that on our side of the street, I believe, is 21 feet off from the paved area. And on the Stones side is, I believe he said, it's 15 to 16 feet off from the paved area. As to item 12, he had described where the snow storage area would be. On the lighting, the pole heights, talking about the pole height and spillover, and the plan that was submitted shows that there is 0 spill off beyond the boundaries of the site. The pole heights are 20 feet, and they are, I'm not sure if I'm using the correct word, Allah can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the light is downcast. It's not shining out, it's shining down. And I'm not sure what they mean by the rogue generator, but we have talked about that there might be minimal security lighting in the parking lot or on the building, but it certainly isn't going to be bright like parking lot lighting. And again, unlike most of the other warehouses on both Bartlett and Lyman Street that are 24/7 operations, or at least 24 hours on days that they're open. That is not the case with this one. The loading dock, I think we had the architect answer the questions last time. We have reduced it down to one door loading dock as opposed to two, because it was determined this building really isn't big enough to warrant two, and the applicant certainly isn't going to be using two. On the landscape design, I think Dave and I think the design review did a very thorough job of talking about that. On the site plan, item 16, any concern about it becoming a mosquito breeding pit hazard? Certainly no more so than at present. In fact, probably less so than at present, because now all of the drainage is going to be taken care of properly with correct engineering. There is also an O&M plan in place for the infiltration basin housekeeping. Item number 17, again, I think we have shown the perimeter design. We have talked about that it's not going to be clear cutting on the lot, that there will probably be no cutting, certainly within the area of the wetlands. On number 18, there would be tree removal on our site. Somebody raised the question last time whether any of the pine trees at the site could stay there and would fit in. Dave would be the one to answer that. I don't know if you want him to do so now or later, but when it was discussed with design review, they all agreed that the pine trees as they get older are not as healthy and would thin out, and that what was being proposed with the 20-foot height would be better. But to the chair, do you want Dave to answer that
Sure.
now?
Go right ahead. That sounds great.
Dave? You have to unmute, Dave.
Okay,
Thank you.
I did take a look at the site. Most of those trees are going to be located, I believe, where the parking lot's going to be going. So it's going to be not viable as far as how the layout is of the building and where everything's going to be situated. So that's going to be our biggest issue.
Okay, thanks for checking that.
Yep.
Number 19, I think we stated last time, we still have to go before earth removal. And although the boundaries of the wetlands have been located, there will have to be a filing for order of conditions with Conservation Commission. Number 20, I think both design review and I think Dave at the last meeting addressed these issues. Under the pines, item 21, I think that's part of what Dave just answered. 22, I think Alok answered that at the last meeting. Item 23, if we're talking, the question here, or the one posed, talks about the damaging optic of big commercial warehouse jammed into the residential neighborhood. And I think that the design review, I think all of the members of design review, not just the architects, all said they thought it was going to be an excellent way to transition from residential to commercial, and they were all very impressed with the appearance of the building. And as I had said last time, we had been before design review, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I thought of all the design review meetings that I have been involved in and the projects in town ever since we've had a design review committee, I thought it was as thorough and thought-provoking as we have had. And I think every person on the design review, from the longest serving to the newest serving, all agreed it was excellent and that the preferred method of landscaping would all look excellent there. Under the site plan engineering, we answered the question about 800 gallons a day. We also talked about hooking up the town sewer, and we had previously said if it, I'm sorry, Alok, are you signaling to me or someone else? I see your hands waving.
I'm sorry, the kids just rolled in, so.
The kids have something to say about the sewer system?
I think that we had said if at the time that it comes to build the septic system, if there was sewer within 800 feet, my client would absolutely want to connect. It's going to be good for him and good for the town. But based on what I said earlier, it doesn't look like it's going to be happening too quickly. But do understand that the variance is under appeal, so we don't know when that will be resolved. So that will still go through. If you want to put down, if sewer is available within 800 feet from the time that they begin construction, we would be okay with that. Jeff, unless you tell me I'm wrong, that's what the engineer and I had talked about.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So if you did want to make that a condition, we are okay. As long as you put down at the start of construction, we're fine with it, which is what we had told the ZBA. Let's see, on the site plan general observations, some of those observations are correct, but we are still well below the standard called for by the bylaw. Item number 26, I think we answered last time, it would depend upon the contractor that is chosen. And assuming that we get the permit here and that we're successful in the variance appeal that was filed, I think my client would very much like to move forward with this. And he would like, as much as any of the people using that street or living on either of those streets, he would like to get it done as quickly as possible also. I think that answers all of the questions. I don't mean to rush through too quickly. If you have follow-up, that's fine. But we did spend some time both before the last meeting and since talking, and I think we have covered them. And if you recall, not only have we sent several emails to Ann and Steve, but we offered at the last meeting, if they wanted to meet, we would be willing to do so. We have not heard back from them, but I did want you to know the effort was made.
Any questions from board members? Just based on this right here. Okay, getting back to Amy's point about the sewer, if you do connect to the sewer, is that something the Board of Health gets involved with at that time as part of that, or how does that go procedurally?
I would defer to Fred if he is still on the call.
Fred, are you still on the call?
I'm trying to unmute. Yes, I'm still here. That's not the Board of Health. That would be the DPW.
Oh, okay.
There's a sewer extension permit required from the Water and Sewer Commission, the road opening permit, and then betterments. I just want to take the opportunity to remind you that in March, I sent you a letter with a list of conditions and concerns that all could be rolled into an approval or decision for you. So there are about 14 things in there. That's one of them, again, and several other things that we've already talked about.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that, Fred, because I didn't have that pulled up. So that is from March
17th, I believe, is March 16th is the date of the letter.
Okay.
And it talks about sewer and water betterments, talks about the connection, talks about stormwater stuff, operation maintenance plans, things like that, as-built plans, all the usual items. There's actually 14 in there, and they could be easily turned into conditions. I believe that when we reviewed that back at your March or April meeting, the engineer and the applicant had no issues with any of the comments.
Okay.
And the same holds true today.
Okay, I just wanted to quickly pull that up. Kathy, do you have that handy by any chance, or I can just go to the, I know that.
I'm actually looking for it in the file, Carrie, and
Yeah.
just as far as the date that I have on it, and then I can pull it up.
Might be online, our online page.
One of the questions I had while you're looking, Fred, you say the building shall be heated with natural gas. I assume there is natural gas in that part of town, right at the corner. That's your condition number 5. You're muted, Fred.
Oh, he's still muted there. Oh, Fred, you're still muted.
Space bar thing doesn't work anymore. I was trying to find that letter and minimize the screen. Sorry about that. I believe that we talked about it at the groundwater meeting, and I think that gas was available.
Okay, thank you.
It's always a preference of the groundwater committee to have buildings served by natural gas rather than oil.
Let's see.
So with that being the case, then all of your conditions, there were 14 of them in that March 16th letter, which I have here. We had previously agreed that we're okay with those. And we're fine with them now if you wanted to incorporate that into your decision.
Okay, I just want to pull those out. I know they've, here we go. Oh no, that's a revised application. Mhm.
Would you like either Fred or me to go down what the 16 are? 14?
Carrie, I didn't find it real quick, but I can go on the website and pull it off.
Yeah, I just need to refresh my memory.
I can't find it either, which
I
is
know.
I
weird.
just sent it to you, Kath, by email.
You just sent it to me? Okay, hang on.
Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, you know what happens on our email? Things get folded up into a conversation, so it's hard. Well, on my side anyway, it's hard for me to sort through and find something quickly.
Through the chair, if you want me to start and then they could catch up when they have it in front of them.
Okay, if you'd like to do that, sure.
The first one references the 3 conditions dating back to the ZBA in June of 2020, which we have already reviewed. The next is one of the 3 conditions, no storage of toxic or hazardous beyond an amount normally found in a single-family home. The next is the site plan application. This is what Amy had said earlier. Well, you have it up here now, so
I just pulled it up, Marshall.
thank you. So the third one had to do with the gallons per day per 10,000 feet of lot area. And the fourth is what we had talked about, 800 feet if sewer is available at the time of construction.
Okay.
I'll let you just keep reading instead of boring you with my voice.
Okay, those are the standard ones. I don't think we need to read word for word those.
Yeah, that number 8 is the standard if you want to.
Okay, there we go. So there's okay, so Fred, you were talking about number 12 there. Okay. Did everyone on the board have a chance to look at this?
There's number 12 and number 10 points out the betterment fees that are required to connect to water and sewer. And that's all done through the DPW at the time of the building permit.
Okay, and so this is the March 16th letter?
Yes.
Yes.
And then if you scroll up for a second, the
Which one, Carrie?
go
Or
up to the top page there. Keep going up.
First page.
Yep. Okay. So it didn't meet the requirements, but now that's been clarified. Number 3 has been fixed.
Carrie, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't know if you were.
So number 3, the site plan application has submitted. Oh, does meet the requirements. I'm sorry. Yep, I misread that. I gotcha. Okay, thank you. Any board member questions on these items here? Okay. Great.
You all set
Yep.
with it?
Thank you, Kathy.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's see. Are there other questions from the board at this time? Oh, Amy, go ahead. Yep. You're on mute though, Amy. There you go.
Okay. I don't know if this has already been asked, but it says a minimum of 32 spaces are required, max 47. Why is it at 43 or 45? Like, could you minimize some of the pavement by taking out some of the parking spaces, especially over by Lyman Street?
There really aren't parking spaces over by Lyman Street. They're all off of Bartlett or in the rear of the property. And I think what Vito had indicated 2 meetings ago was that even if they were not parking spaces, the pavement would work better to recapture and infiltrate any of the drainage and send it through the stormwater catch basins. And Fred, I don't know if I'm using the correct word. I do have something from him, but it can be treated better if it goes through where the basins are, and the basins will work better if they are on the paved area. And then they get treated, including, and Fred, you're going to have to help me out, including any gas or oil or anything that might drain. Better to have it go through there as opposed to going into the ground. So whether the spaces are lined or not, it would work better if it is paved.
Fred, is that your understanding as well?
I guess I believe what Vito was indicating was that the pavement was pretty much, most of the pavement was there to accommodate truck turning radius, and whether they were striped as parking spaces or not, they would still need that much pavement to get around the building. The parking lot is fully captured and recharged into the basin that they have. So it really, if there was less pavement, it really wouldn't make any difference to the groundwater. It's already being captured and treated, which I think is what Marshall was trying to get at.
It is, and I just found Vito's email that says that it's actually in a letter dating back to April of this year. And it says that the impervious area is to mitigate runoff from the area. All the proposed impervious surfaces will be directed to infiltration structures, including roof areas through dry wells designed with capacity for 100-year storm. And then he talks about pre-treatment of parking lot runoff will be provided through deep sump catch basins with a storm scepter water quality structure to provide both oil gas separation and sediment removal. So that's putting it in engineering language.
Okay.
I guess I was thinking if they don't need to stripe the parking spaces over by, they're over by the loading dock, which faces out towards Lyman Street. I guess to meet the minimum, you can cut out about 10 spaces. If they don't line those, then maybe all the cars would park on the other side of the building. And then that area is just used for the truck getting out.
So are you, just so
Well,
I
you're
can,
talking in the back of the building. I see where you're referring, Amy.
so back in here, Amy, you're looking at?
Yeah, yep. I guess there's a max and minimum of parking spaces and we've hit the max. So I was wondering if there was a need for all that parking or if we could cut out some of those parking spaces in the rear that are closer to Lyman.
And I think the answer that Vito gave is maybe they don't have to be lined, but they would still pave it for the reasons that we just gave you. And to make sure if, for example, there is a truck there, I don't know how long the truck would be parked. It's not going to be there for long. And if cars had to drive around, that they wouldn't want them driving up and over ground especially since that ground approaches closer and closer to wetlands.
Mhm.
I want to stay out of the wetland area. So it would still be paved, but I'm sure that they could do with lining fewer of that area in the rear.
I'm checking now in the zoning bylaw, but I believe that there's a requirement that the parking spaces, have to be, designated, so that they have to be lined.
If they're just using it though for the truck to pull out and it's not really a parking space, then maybe they don't have to be lined.
I mean, they're calling them parking spaces, I don't know if we can make that determination that they're not parking spaces, but I'm just looking for the general requirement about the parking design standards.
I'm,
I don't think, Kathy, you would call them parking spaces. I think you would just hit the minimum 32 parking spaces that are required by code. And then the remaining parking spaces from 32 to 44, that space you'd leave unstriped. You wouldn't call them parking spaces. And it could be used for snow storage and for turning radius, et cetera, for the vehicles. That would, I think Jeff does not expect to have more than 32, and it really is the minimum parking that is required by code, and that's why they have that many.
Well, in the definition, in our zoning bylaw, it says that all required parking spaces shall be marked by painted lines.
Yes, but what Luke just said, maybe they just line the 32.
Yeah.
And then leave the rest unlined because they're not going to be used as parking spaces.
I guess what's the issue with marking them as parking spaces? I missed that if that was discussed. I'm sorry.
Well, I was hoping to pull the parking areas on the other side of the building away from Lyman Street. So if it's not lined in the back there, then the employees would park behind the building. And if you only need 32 parking spaces, then if the applicant is willing to mark 32 parking spaces, then that's, like they said, they could use it for snow storage or they use it for driving out of the building. But it would just keep the parking on the other side that was away from the residential neighborhood.
If I could throw out a suggestion, and I haven't talked with Vito about this, but I've been involved in all the meetings. On the slide that's on the screen, thank you for whoever put it up, you can see that it says, I think it says 28 feet, and it shows kind of from the corner of the loading dock. And if you were to take the spaces from there going towards Lyman Street, I think there were 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. There were 10 spaces. So if the board is willing, what we could easily do is not line those and just say that we're providing fewer parking spaces by 10. And instead of 40 something that's shown, it would go back by 10, but that would still be available to work with the infiltration system. And if there is a truck there, to make sure that people can drive around it. That will absolutely not be the primary parking for employees, because the employees, remember, there are no dedicated warehouse workers. The only warehouse worker is a regular office worker who's going to work 2 to 3 hours, maybe a day in the warehouse. And all of them are going to walk in to the Bartlett Street entry. So and because no customers come to this building, those would be the last ones to be used anyway.
Right. To answer Amy's question, we indeed don't need the more than 32 parking spaces. I think there's a bylaw saying that how many spaces per 1,000 square feet for the warehouse, and then there's a number of parking space required for some certain square footage for the office, and the number is probably 40 something. So yeah, I mean, that's the required minimum number of parking spaces.
Okay, so that still meets, you'd still meet the minimum with that.
I think I have maybe an answer to the question here. For office space, and there's 6,000, you need a minimum of 20 parking spaces for that. And on the warehouse, you need anywhere from a minimum of 12 up to 34. So I think what Vito did was go somewhere in the middle.
Mhm.
And I think that's how he came up with that. Because if we had gone on the maximum, it would have been 54, and for the minimum 32. But as long as that can be paved, because I do know that was an important part of the site plan back there, but I don't think my client and the engineer don't care if those last 10 spaces are paved.
Okay. Does
As
that
long-
answer?
I'm sorry, are lined. They do care that
Lined,
it's
yeah.
paved. I apologize for that.
I understood what you meant. Amy, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I don't know how the board feels about it, but if those 10 spaces don't have to be lined, then they get down to the minimum of 32 spaces.
And your thought process is that it just backs it away from Lyman, just even by not seeing the lines, people may not park there and.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, other questions before I open up to public comment? Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing for a minute and I'm going to ask for public comments. So let's see, if you have a comment, just raise your hand. We did hear last time that there was some trouble with *9 through the phone. I'm not sure if that, it sounds like that problem, Jim, it sounded like that should be resolved. If somebody is calling from a phone, is it still *9?
Correct. *9 to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute yourself once you've been promoted over.
Okay, so that may be a two-step process for anyone on the phone. Okay, so I'm going to bring in Ann Beckstrom. Okay, Ann, you're on. If you just state your name and address.
Yeah, this is Ann Beckstrom, 152 Bartlett Street. And thanks for going through all of that long list of questions. Just one other question. You just put up on the screen the list of various conditions that you would be placing on the permit approval, but I don't think I saw anything around the promised traffic, quantity of traffic, the lights out after 8 o'clock, or hours of operation. Is that something that you would be adding to that?
Yes, the board could discuss additional. I think those are just from Fred specifically, who recommended them as the town engineer, and then the planning board would go through any additional conditions that we've uncovered throughout the hearing process.
Okay, that was all I had.
But you mentioned the traffic piece. Was there something that we had talked about condition-wise that you're particularly thinking about, or just in general?
Just in general, in terms of, we're hearing that there'll only be approximately one tractor trailer visiting the facility every 2 months or so, maybe 10 years down the road, maybe once a month. And I didn't know if that was something that you could make, as a condition of approval, that if it exceeded that wasn't acceptable, because, obviously we're not interested in having to deal with the noise that we would hear if there were trucks coming in and out of there on a daily basis, or, more frequent than once every 2 months, if that's reality.
Any other questions or comments, Ann?
Carrie, can I just want to make a comment for the record before you close the hearing. Everyone is in receipt of an email, or I think it's a couple of different emails, from a gentleman who lives at 137 East Main Street here in town. And he had written a couple of emails to the board and, excuse me, to also the Historic District Commission. And his emails were also, forwarded to the applicant. So I just wanted to just note that. I believe his last name is Volk, Mr. Volk.
Yeah.
And he had talked about, the historic aspects of the property, and that, if someone wanted to pay for the moving of the farmhouse, it could be moved to his property and so forth. But so I just wanted to recognize that those emails were also received and they're part of the public record.
Thank you. So did the applicant see a copy of this email as well?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any interest in, not as part of your, just to facilitate this wouldn't be a part of any sort of permit, but is there interest in this at all to save anything from this barn, or is there any, was it the whole barn, or was he just looking to?
I think it was the house that he was looking at.
Okay.
And I would think that this would be a matter to bring up during the hearing on a demolition of it. And if he wants to say that he would incur the expense of removing it, as long as it's done according to a construction schedule, I think there's no reason to deny him unless it's going to slow down this project greatly.
Okay. So it looks like Norm Corbin replied to him.
Yes.
And is that something that I think Norm could help bring him into the right spot for that? Or should we, if there's an opportunity to save anything, it would be nice to facilitate that somehow.
I believe that Mr. Corbin, suggested that he participate, when the hearing was going to happen. I don't think that's been scheduled, correct? Mr.
Correct.
Yeah. He wouldn't be notified of it because of where he lives, but I think it was something that Mr. Corbin, suggested that he follow with the Historic District Commission.
Okay. Okay, great. Oh, Anne, I see you moved back. I assume you're done. You didn't have any additional comments. Any other comments or questions from?
No, sorry, Carrie, that was me who moved her back over. I don't know if she was done.
Oh, okay. And if you do have something else, just raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Oops, she does. There we go. All right.
I think I'm all set.
Oh, you are. Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. We'll be back. Okay. Any other comments from the public at this point? Okay. So additional comments, questions from the board. I have a couple of questions as they relate to potential conditions. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts anyone had thoughts for conditions or any other questions or comments?
Can we walk through the response from town council? Because it doesn't make 100% sense to me about what we can condition to who, because in one sentence it stays with the land, and then there's another where it can be conditioned to the applicant. I'm just, if I'm not making the connections there.
Sure. Okay.
Want me to go over that, Carrie? Or?
Yeah, sure. Do you have it handy?
Yep.
Okay.
So basically, as he states, that the general rule under the state law is that the special permits run with the land. But if the board is able to make a finding related to that this particular use or conditions of the property, make it necessary to impose a condition that the special permit be limited to the applicant, then the board can assign the decision to just the applicant. But you need to make such a finding. And he he doesn't make the finding, for the board in his email, but he presents language that you could use as a condition. So the board would have to make a finding, that there's something unique about the particulars of this use or conditions of the property, and why it is appropriate or necessary to impose a condition that the special permit be limited to the applicant. And then he goes on to say that from the information contained in the application that he reviewed, I did not see that the warehouse and the office use would involve special activities or risks.
Thoughts on that, Anthony, or was that just point you just wanted to clarify?
Yeah, so I think that makes sense to me. And I think my concern in general is over time, if the building gets sold, this business changes dramatically, and all of a sudden you have a dramatic shift in truck and van traffic. Because right now it sounds quite nice, a very small amount of vehicles going in and out, but if it doesn't, I just don't think there's much we can do to condition the amount of vehicle traffic.
What to that point, Anthony, and obviously to the whole board, but he talks about, because I had also given him the concern, or posed the question to him, the concern at the last meeting that the board had about what if you approved it and then it wasn't built, and and someone came along a few years later and tried to do something different there. And he talks about that under the zoning bylaw, there's a 2-year period for a special permit grantee to exercise the special permit. The special permit would authorize construction and use, but not require or compel it. If the concern from the board is construction in the manner proposed, the board could include a condition that approval is for the project as presented in the application and supporting documents, and then with specific references to the plans, statements, and related materials, so that a change from the application approved would require modification of the special permit.
Mhm.
Now, that is something that we as staff do on a regular basis when someone, when a project has, say the tenant, who was originally in there by a special permit decision, and they leave, they go out of business, they move on, to another building or another community. Anyone that goes in there has to go through, an internal review process as to whether or not they need to obtain additional permits, or can they just move in as an allowed use by the zoning.
Mhm.
But he's, specifically saying that you could add a condition to the decision regarding that.
So,
And then
okay. Mhm.
I was going to ask, so is that something that would go back before the board, or just would go back to staff to determine?
No, for a modification of the special permit, no, only the board can do that.
So with the variance in appeal, the clock doesn't start until then. So the 2 years isn't happening now, and then the applicant doesn't, the clock doesn't start until the decision is made on the variance.
Correct. There's basically a freeze that would happen on your decision.
Right. So if the applicant decided not to build within the next 2 years and there's the freeze, I'm just trying to go through what would happen.
Well, he wouldn't be, the applicant wouldn't be able to build anything until the variance appeal is decided upon.
Oh, but it's not transferable anyway. So that, so just so that the applicant and public understands, I think, to what the sensitivities here is that I think that this particular applicant has done a really nice job with working with the town and working with design review and doing things that we've hoped that applicants would do. And that's appreciated. On the flip side, there's a variance on the table, a variance appeal on the table, and a huge sensitivity in this area. So we've seen a plan that perhaps the board likes. I don't know, we haven't voted yet, but perhaps the board likes it. But that's the plan we want, the exact plan we want. So we don't want to bait and switch, you know, in whatever, we want to do whatever we need to do to, from my perspective anyway, to make sure there's no, not that you would bait and switch in a bad way, but that we'd get something different in the end. If we like this plan, I think this is the plan we like. We don't want it to somehow have a loophole. So I'm personally just being sensitive to that. I don't know if other board members have thoughts on that or concerns or ways to, you know, meet both sides here.
I agree with everything you just said. But it sounds like that condition may do that because it will have to come back in front of the board
Mm-hmm.
if it changes.
Yeah. One other area of sensitivity is obviously traffic. And, you know, I don't think I don't think they'll necessarily get, there's only one truck bay. So I don't think we're looking at an operation that would, you know, expand wildly beyond that. But how do we make sure that if it turns into, you know, multiple times a day truck deliveries, if it turns into double what it is now, which is every other month, and then it's once a month, that to me is not a huge change. But what if it turns into 10 deliveries a day by a truck? Like, is there anything, you know, that allows the applicant to grow as a business, but not, you know, turn into an operation that we didn't expect? Marshall, Attorney Gould, do you have a thought on that?
Sure, please call me Marshall. The size of this warehouse is such that by the time one tractor trailer truck comes and fills it up, there's not going to be room for any other tractor trailer deliveries until they have a lot of smaller shipments going out. This is really a build to suit building for this particular use and this particular intensity of use. I represent a lot of Worcester warehouse people, and you can only deliver goods if there's room to put the goods. And there won't be in this, because the only way goods are going to be leaving are in small UPS trucks or a small postal truck. And it's going to take quite a bit of time for them to empty out enough of a warehouse that they can afford to take in a delivery from a tractor trailer. So even if, and understand one thing, I'll give you best and worst case. Right now, 3% of this company's sales are through what we call the local building. 97 to 98% are through Amazon internationally. They would have to drastically change the business model and the efficiency of dealing with a company like Amazon and having it shipped from the manufacturer in China and Thailand is so much more efficient. Their costs would increase enormously if they tried to make a much bigger percent of their sales come out of this warehouse. So it just wouldn't happen. I don't know how else to explain it. They would need, I know that some of the warehouses in Northborough may not have big buildings, but they've got places where you unload, then they repackage, and then they send it out on the opposite side of the building from where they unload. This is not that type of a building. So I don't think you have to worry, but I understand your concern. Certainly from the Zoning Board of Appeals and the groundwater variance, it would have to be a product that cannot harm the groundwater. If suddenly somebody were to say, well, we're going to use pesticides and fertilizers or gasoline or, you know, something like that, they'd have to go back to the ZBA because that's a drastically different set of facts. But I've spoken with my client about this, And he cannot imagine in his what, even if he were to double his employee force, actually 2.5 times his employee force, then he might have 2.5 times the deliveries. So maybe it might be once a month or once every 5 or 6 weeks instead of once every 3 months. But you never have to worry about a lot of them daily. It's just not built for that. It's one of the reasons why we went down to 1 loading dock instead of 2.
Yeah. So I just wanted to remind the board that this business has gone beyond. They've done everything that you've asked them to do as far as their design, their landscape. And I don't think they have any intentions of doing a bait and switch as indicated. I think there should be a level of trust on the board that this applicant is going to do exactly what they need to do. And remind the board, we want to be a business-friendly community. And like I said, they've done everything we asked them to do. So I don't think there's any reason that we should put extreme conditions on, since they've already told you their business model from the beginning is not going to change.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of trusting any individual person. I think it's just a matter of good intentions sometimes don't work out beyond reasons of anybody's control. And we need to make sure we protect, you know, the area. And there's a lot of concerns over there. And I think we need to be mindful of that. And when I said bait and switch, I didn't mean it in a negative way. I meant it as, you know, when things just don't happen the way we plan. And that's what I want to account for here as a board. Are there other conditions that we've discussed or that the board is interested in seeing if the applicant is interested in? In addition to Fred's. Oh, go ahead, Amy.
I was thinking, because I've had this on, I've seen it on other Groundwater One, and they are doing cables and electronics, but I think there was another Groundwater One site where they have only dry goods. So this is a dry good with no chemicals, so it wouldn't even affect them now. But would they be okay with the condition of only dry goods allowed?
Personally, I think that's more of an issue for the Zoning Board of Appeals with the variance as opposed to this board, because we were told during all of our meetings with the building inspector and town engineer and planner that it was being specific for the materials that are being delivered to and sold out of this building. If all of a sudden something changes, you can defer to Kathy, but I think if things change, then it's no different than if it's a change of a fire department permit or a zoning board permit, because we still have to comply with the rules of the zoning board. Kathy, do you agree?
You mean as far as if the product were to switch, Amy, or?
I was just saying only dry goods, because that's what I think on another Groundwater One site. So, you know, I guess we are going to put in a condition that there's no hazardous over household, so that might cover it. But I know there was one applicant that came in front of us and said, you know, it's a good use for that site because we only have dry goods. I'm not, you know, and cables and electronics that they're using right now are only dry goods, so.
And you're also going to have it covered in your condition, as you just pointed out, no more than what you'd have in a single family home.
Yep. Okay.
Did you have others, Amy?
The only other one was the, we had talked about, I think before, was no outside storage of goods. Because you didn't want things piling up outside of the loading dock.
I think my client had already agreed to that, so we're okay with it.
Okay, that was on my list.
Okay.
And we had always talked about plants in perpetuity. We've made that condition on a lot of them.
So I think when you do that, you have to really think about what does that mean? So Amy, what does that mean to you?
Well, we have a landscape plan. So if the plants start to die off, then they'll be replaced like
So
they are on the landscape plan.
So again, that doesn't really make sense. So what if you have like a perennial that's a lily plant and some of the lilies aren't coming up? Are you expecting them to come out and dig up that plant? I think the intentions of most of that is that you're looking for trees and large items, not when you're looking at all of your perennial beds. I mean, most applicants will take care of their property, but I think it's really a thing that the board may want to think about. What does that actually mean? You know, when we thought about that in other applications, it was the trees and the shrubs. We're not talking about like some perennial flowers. So you might want to think about when you decide on a decision that's in perpetuity, what does that mean? Does it mean if you're having 15 trees that you planted, if a tree should die, which typically is now beyond the first year, that it doesn't need to be replaced, but most applicants would replace it? Are you talking about shrubs, or are you talking about every single flower that they would plant on there? I think a reasonable request would be trees and shrubs, because that makes sense. When you're getting into small, little, delicate perennial flowers, that's pretty subjective.
Right. We've just been like that for all the other applicants. So, I mean, we would have to look at the landscape plan. How many of them are grasses and small perennial flowers that actually make the site look the way it is that everybody really appreciates?
So Dave, you're on right now. How much do you have of perennials on there versus shrubs and trees?
Maybe someone can pull it up. I can actually pull it up if you want.
Yeah, can you pull up the plan?
I think, or maybe Carrie can. Was going to try to pull it up from the website.
If not, Jeff, you can pull up the landscape plan, right? Yeah, Jeff had it last time, so he can do it now.
Oh, okay.
One of the comments that one of the architects made is if something dies, you have to question, why did it die? And I don't think he used particular examples, but he said if either due to climate change or whatever it might be, if something doesn't do well there, then you would want to put something else in that does do well. So he said he always gets nervous when he hears in perpetuity.
Okay. Kathy, just as a note for you, when I go to the website to pull up files, I get an access denied. I have to log into the page to view. So I don't know what's going on the site, or maybe Jim, for you to bookmark. So I can't see the plans on some of them I can click on, but some of them I can't. Just bookmark it.
Yeah, we can check it tomorrow, Carrie.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean,
Okay, so
there's no password required. So.
Right, I know. So that's weird. It just must be a funny link. Okay. So we have it here. Yep.
Dave, I don't know if that's the plan you wanted or whether you wanted.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
I mean, we have mainly, trees, shrubs. We do have a fair amount of, we have some annuals for annual flower planting. We do have some boxes, roses. I mean, we went more with the shrubs, and we have some more perennials. I don't do as many annuals, obviously, but it's a mix. We have more, obviously, in the shrubs, and perennials is kind of more of the design on this one. But it's a good mix.
If a whole batch died, what would you have to replace? I mean, what would the plan be in general if you had a whole section die?
Be very odd, but I mean, we have a pretty good success rate, but I mean, if something died, we'd obviously what happened and go backwards on it. But it depends what would go and why and where, and then kind of work backwards.
Yeah.
And then again, it depends where in the lifespan it would go. If it went 5 years from now, some of them you wouldn't have to replace because the other stuff would be starting to take over so much.
Right.
it'd kind of be a moot point.
I don't think anybody's gonna go out and count plants or flowers. I think the spirit of it is more about just maintaining the landscaping plan so that, 1 year from now, it's not all dead. And there's just something in there that allows us to say, wait a minute, you're supposed to maintain this, not, wait a minute, we're gonna go count flowers today and where's, plant number 5, that kind of thing.
Right, you want the trees going, you want it overall, you drive by, it looks good.
Yes.
So I think that's what you should say. Instead of saying in perpetuity, you should say some language that shows that what you just said, Carrie.
Lawyers like the term substantially the same as.
Yeah.
I think there's, in previous decisions, there's some pretty standard language that the board has used over the years. That, I mean, obviously you're going to, I'll draft this and you're going to take you're going to review the draft, at a future meeting. And then just for everyone's information, in the zoning bylaw, under the site design standards, there's language in the current bylaw that, it has to be maintained for 1 growing season. But you have most often put in a more restrictive condition about, I can't remember exactly what it is, but whether it says in perpetuity or that, that it shall be replaced, or, there's some standard language you've used in previous decisions.
Okay, so I think overall, it's obviously something for consideration, the perpetuity, maintain landscaping in perpetuity, however we wordsmith it. But I think the sentiment sounds agreeable on both sides in general, just maintaining. Okay. Amy, did you have other on your list or?
Nope. I mean, just the hours of operation and lights out that we had discussed before.
Okay, so that is just conditions of, I guess, would be deliveries?
I think as far as the lights out, I know the board has discussed this in the past, but if I'm not mistaken, there aren't any parking lot lights here, unless the applicant can correct me. I know that there's wall packs on the building, and I know that those are often left on for, security purposes. So I wouldn't think that you would want a completely dark site.
So it looks like light poles here, here, and over here.
And then maybe there's one, I mean, this is not the full site plan.
I know,
but
I can't access the pole.
there might be one, I think out at the,
right here.
Out at the entrance also on Bartlett, maybe 4.
At the front entrance.
1, 2, 3, 4. So there might be 5 in total. But I mean, I just caution you, I don't think that it's a requirement on any other business that they have to turn their lights off.
Yeah.
At night.
Well, the only problem is now we're learning from that when we drive by down Bartlett and we see significant lights on that street. And now this is next to a resident or a neighborhood. So I don't, are these wall packs intended for security type lights, or what does a wall pack?
So a wall pack is no different. The light
So Michelle, I'm
goes
just
down
asking
on
the
the side of
applicant.
the
I'm asking
building.
the applicant, Michelle. I'd like to hear
Yeah.
from the applicant. Thank you.
And then it just
Michelle,
doesn't shine the light
Michelle,
outside
I'd
of
like
the
to hear
building at
from the
all.
applicant.
And so there's no light that shines off on that building. I think we talked about for safety purposes, we'd probably want to get at least some light around the doorways in case there was the police had to come or something like that. But I agree with Kathy. I don't think we ever discussed a totally dark building.
Okay, again, I've asked the applicant. Could the applicant please talk to me about the light plan and the light wall packs and how that works from your perspective?
I don't know if Alok wants to address this, but I do know that at a meeting with Vito, he did have some, what do you call them, light stanchions or light poles, whatever, in the parking lot area. And he had wall packs near where the tractor trailer would unload in case in the wintertime when it gets dark early, he needed it. But there were not a huge number of what I'll call light poles. And then we did talk about dimming many of those lights, but not ever having it go dark for security purposes. But that it would not be shining into the residential abutter's property. And I believe that's in the general site plan. This is actually the truck turning exhibit.
I know, I'm sorry, I can't access for some reason, I can't access the full plans.
Carrie, do you want me to share that?
Oh, sure, if you don't mind, that would be great.
Thank you, Jeff.
I don't have a lot to add on the site lighting, except that I think it's reasonable to state that you will, dim your site lighting to a level of, security lighting only, and not have the parking lot lit up like it was in use.
Right.
What the particulars are, I haven't studied the lighting engineered, plan to state that pole will be lighting up this section of the parking lot, and therefore that must be on. And that wall pack is covering that particular door, that particular entry. So I don't want to state that this circuit or this, this particular wall pack will be on or off after a certain time. But I think a very reasonable statement that says that, after office hours at night, these will be dimmed to security level lighting, which will certainly not create any light pollution. It won't be like you're driving by a movie theater or something at night,
Yep. Okay. Let's see. We also talked about, Amy, was that it on your list?
Yeah, but I have concerns. Like, I can see the wall packs being on at night, but if the parking lot has high, like, are they 20-foot poles on at night? Even if the 20-foot poles are dimmed, I think the neighbors will be able to see them from their house, like a bedroom window, or like, I guess I have a problem with not being able to turn off the lights on the poles. You say there are 5 parking lot poles?
Yeah, someone was going to bring up the site plan, and we can verify that on the site plan, but.
Jeff, are you able to bring that up?
I'm sorry, what?
Jeff, can you bring?
Here we go. Yep.
But your regulations and their lighting plan shows that there is no lights that spill off of this site. That's not allowed. So there's a 0% cutoff at the property line, and if you look at their lighting plan, you can see that there's no spillage of light off the site.
So the lights can be designed to be shielded, which basically means that when you're looking across at them, unless, they're really designed to disperse light downward to the pavement. And when you talk about spillage, beyond the property line of the site, you're not getting any real light on the surfaces beyond the property line. If somebody goes and stands at the property line and looks up at the light, you're going to see the light. But from adjoining neighbors' houses, when you're inside, it's unlikely, even those poles, although I don't have the engineering specs in front of me to say it's this high and therefore at this distance, at this angle, you won't see it. But I think a study could be done that said only the wall packs would stay on, and that's the circuit that would be a nightlight circuit or security circuit, and the poles potentially could go off. But that's an engineering exercise beyond my level right now.
I think I'd be interested in that, because I'd like to, try to mitigate this as much as we can for the neighbors. Like, I know in our neighborhood, a couple over by Northbrook Crossing, which is way far away, there's a baseball field and the lights shine down, but I can see the glow at night, even from my house, which is probably like a mile away. So I just wanted to make sure that
Right,
There's-
those are designed to be a lot brighter than what you'd have here, but I understand the concern. And I think that, after talking to Vito, we could review this and quite successfully get just the wall packs, because that's really what you're trying to protect is the perimeter around the
Right.
building, necessarily
Okay.
the perimeter of the site. I think we have a signage, monument sign by Bartlett, the entry there, and there's a little light on that sign that potentially could stay illuminated for security reasons because it illuminates the address and the name of the property. So if there is a burglary or something else, you're not coming to a dark address. And then obviously every door that we have, and in this building, you only have two, one the main entrance and one the rear egress that would have door lights on them for security purposes again. So I think that keeping the lights in the building is reasonable.
Okay, thanks.
The other question I have on that line is that if you're going to eliminate the striped parking spaces, they may not actually require lighting if they're not striped.
Oh, interesting.
So maybe only eliminate some on that backside, but have the ones on the other side.
In the winter, the UPS come to pick up after 3:30, 5:30. It can be dark for them. I mean,
That's
it can
true.
be very dangerous. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch my hat and I'm gonna throw in here. So as just switch my hat here just to even to do snow removal.
Yep.
You need to have some lights going around a building because I've had to deal with some where in the middle of a power outage when stuff was down, and a dark commercial building is really, really dark. And at times I am so happy when I'm sitting in the front end loader and the cat has lights all the way around. I am very happy. When I'm in a pickup truck with just lights on the front, I'm a very unhappy person in that situation.
Yep.
So,
So
so-
Steve, are wall pack lights adequate for?
that'll be fine. Yeah, as long as they throw out. And I've seen the design of the lights there. That'll be okay. And Amy, I do hear what you're saying about that type of situation. And even further up the street from this building, I don't know how those lights got approved and are up, by FedEx. And I think it's A Dewey Pile that has the lights like that. I don't know how those got approved, but those just spill right over. And even the ones up by, was it Wegmans when you're sitting over at the nursery there, you can see those lights coming over. Those are all spillovers, and the same with the ball field. That's not, that's not this type of light, and most of the new places now don't have that type of lighting like you see over in those. This is totally different, and most new installs of lights are comparable to what this place has. So it's totally different.
Do you have any examples like that we could drive by at night? Like, do you know any buildings that have them?
Yeah, I can get you a list.
Okay. The other thing we talked about before was just dealing with the traffic coming out of Bartlett. I think we talked about conditioning a turnout towards 495. Wait, this is the entrance now. Is Bartlett entrance only? Or can you
Yes.
exit out of Bartlett? Okay. All right, so you can only enter from Bartlett. You cannot exit onto Bartlett.
Correct.
Okay, so the entrance goes on to Bartlett, the exit goes on to Lyman. So I guess in that case, just talking about signage, and I think you have it indicated here on the site plan that I'm looking at, the do not enter, not a throughway signage on the corners. Is that already part of the plan, or is that something?
It is part of the plan, but it's also what we have committed to the police chief. And I believe
Okay, great.
those plans are actually shown on that new turning radius plan that he gave you.
Is it, okay, I'm just looking at the full plan now and it has, so these are the signs would be here. And is there what is the sign, is there any sort of signage on the Bartlett area?
So, Kerry,
Go ahead, Jeff.
so on the Bartlett side, we should allow the entrance and the exit. And I think it's designed for both ways.
Oh, okay, it is. Okay, I didn't understand that. So I thought you were saying it was the entrance only. So this is exit and entrance.
That's correct.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Jeff, say that again, please.
For the Bartlett outlet, this is for the two-way traffic. So you can enter here and it can also exit here. But for the Lyman outlet, this is the just the exit. So there's no entrance from the Lyman Street.
All right. But the tractor trailer truck can only exit at Lyman.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe that's what the part we'd have to specify. Obviously, employees and the vans are going to be a different story, but for the tractor trailers, we would want them to really follow this flow and not, well, plus it'd be dangerous. They can't do it anyway. They can't beep out of here.
And they can't turn around.
Yeah, it's very limited space for a trailer to turn around here.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess I'd want that somehow documented that the tractor trailer traffic is to follow this flow as presented, not, come through the other way or.
You can make that a condition if you'd like. We're happy to have that.
Okay. Let's see. We had the landscaping, the traffic flow, the loading dock, just keeping it clean and not storing goods out there. We're looking at maybe, what was it, if we were to say just for the nighttime, the wall pack or the limited lighting at nighttime, is that, I think originally we talked about 8 p.m. for that. Is that something that sounds like it would be reasonable that after 8 or what's?
I think what we said that thereafter it would be at security lighting levels.
Okay. After 8, I'm just picking the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Carrie, if I could just clarify that, is that for the lights to be at a security level, is you're going to assign a specific time, and is that just for the wall packs and you want the poles shut off at a certain time?
Well, I personally do. I don't know how the board member, it sounded like Amy did. I don't know if other board members feel that way. It sounded like the wall packs would be adequate to meet their goals and allow for snow plowing and stuff like that. But other thoughts on this? I can't see everybody.
If I could, I would defer to somebody like Dave, who's got a company that does snow plowing, as to what they would want, because the wall packs don't shine out very far from the building, and they're not going to shine to the edges of the paved surface. Dave, if you're still there, do you have a comment you want to add?
Oh, I thought he had answered that
Nope.
was sufficient.
Yeah, I think the wall packs, I think will do it.
Okay.
Just look, that's enough to get around. I just need some light, for plowing purposes. Just when it's pitch black, it's pitch black. Some light's better than nothing.
Especially
And again,
if,
I want to make sure, you keep the neighbors happy too. So it's a good mix.
one thing I just want to emphasize is, even if the light poles are 20 feet high, the building is going to be 30 to 34 feet high. So any of the poles that are on the parking lot side of the building will not be visible to Lyman Street.
That's correct.
Mhm. Okay. Okay, anything else that we need to cover, or any additional questions or new information from anyone?
Can I just ask another question?
Of course.
I don't know why I'm not, or maybe you haven't given the specifics yet, and I can put it into a draft condition. But again, you're looking at the light, the poles, the lights on the poles to be shut off at a certain time, and only the wall packs to remain on at night. But do those wall packs go to a security protection level, which I'm not even sure what that means, but is that what you're?
No, my understanding is the wall packs will just operate as they do, which sounds like it's minimal lighting anyway. I
Okay.
don't know.
So
Is that correct, Dave? Do you know? I know you're the landscape representative, but it,
Yeah, no, they shine out depending on what wall packs are. They're gonna shine out a certain, amount of feet out. And again, it depends how bright and what intensity of the wall packs are. I don't have a lighting plan in front of me. Unfortunately, tonight I'm stuck to my iPhone. I don't have everything with me at home. I was on a tight timeline tonight. But that'll be around the building. The poles on the outskirts, which are along the parking where the spaces are, will illuminate in towards the building from the parking spots. And those will do, so let's say the wall packs do, half or quarter way out. The poles, I'm assuming, will do the other half. And again, I'm doing this without having the plan in front of me, but that's usually the setup on something like this. Vito, if you can, actually Vito or Alok, yeah, if he has the plan there, he can correct me if I'm wrong. But, ideally they work in conjunction with each other, but that would pretty much be the setup.
okay, so it sounds like we're trying to meet two goals. First, we want to make sure the building has the proper security and that somebody can get around it with a snowplow. But also we're trying to make sure that there aren't any lights shining on the neighbors, whether, not even intending to, but it's just the way it goes. Their lights are there, they're going to shine. So does it still meet your goals as the applicant if we say after 8 p.m. that the wall packs are on, or maybe even 9 p.m. if you expect a delivery or whatever the case that is? Does that still satisfy your goal of security and the ability to plow if it's just reduced to the wall packs?
Yeah, as long as that works. Does that work for Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to make that as a condition.
Okay.
Okay, so for now, for my draft, I'm going to say 9 o'clock. A question that I have, Carrie, that we've talked about this as staff on some other projects too, where there's a corner lot. And this isn't necessarily a condition that would be placed in the decision, but just as we're talking about this property, that it might, and it's something that we can work out with the applicant and the assessor's office, that it might make sense to change this to a Bartlett Street address as opposed to a 1 Lyman Street, given that the entrance is going to be off of Bartlett Street. So again, nothing that needs to necessarily be a site plan condition, but just want to raise that to the applicant that's, I think that makes a heck of a lot of sense to, have a discussion with the assessors about that.
Sure, Kathy, it's fine to change the street address for this property to be a Bartlett address. It's fine. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, and then for the board, we obviously have talked at length about this condition about the special permit not being transferable, but it sounds like there needs to be a reason for that. So is that something that we want to talk now about in terms of, I want to make sure if we do make that condition that it's a defensible type condition. It's not just, we just decided for this applicant, we're going to make it non-transferable when we don't typically do that. Is there a defensible reason or things that we could, that we would assign as wanting to develop that kind of condition? Just thoughts from the board on that. I mean, it sounds like, first of all, is the applicant open to that kind of condition where we're really giving it to the applicant?
Well, there's nothing forever, right? Anything can happen at someone conditioned. So make non-transferable forever or in the future. I don't know, but for now, yes, business is very strong, and I don't see a reason that we need to do, build the property and run the business there, and then find a way to, switch. However, make it non-transferable even after I die or after, I don't know. I mean, it's something, it can be very perplexing to answer. I mean,
Is there any way you can make it transferable with the same conditions? I mean, as long as you meet all the same conditions and you're the same kind of use and this, you know.
Well, if the special permit was left as is and that it runs with the land, then anybody that, you know, whether it's Cable Matters or, you know, another cable company that does the same, you know, has the same kind of product, or, you know, anyone that fits into the decision, you know, can just go there, you know, because it would run with the land. But if the board were to make it, you know, specific to the applicant, as Carrie stated, town council is, you know, suggesting that the way the court cases run, and he's listed, you know, several court cases, is that there needs to be, you know, something unique about it to assign it to just the applicant.
And speaking to the forever component, any transfer or assignment requires an amendment of the special permit. Not necessarily that you can't transfer it, but it would require coming back to the board to do so. So really, I think the protection that we're trying to put in place is just that the plan we see is the plan that we get if this is 2 years away from now. So if a variance takes a couple of years to run through the courts, we just want to make sure this is the same plan in place 2 years from now. But
So can you make a condition for this particular applicant that, you know, for this particular applicant, this plan and this proposal and what we've submitted is all that will be accepted, but that is in effect, you know, once he buys the property, builds the building, then in 10 years, 15 years, 30 years goes to sell it. At that point, you're talking about the special permit being allocated to the property and not to the individual tenant, if you will, or the.
No, I disagree. See, the way I interpret it is that it goes with the land, and the applicant, if the applicant, as Kerry said, should decide to sell or transfer the property over, he, if I understand it, would have to come back before the board. I think it should, I don't think there is anything unique or extenuating about this that you would hold up in court to make a decision or determination that this should go with an applicant. I think it should go with the land. And then if for some reason, Mr. Jang decides to move out to California and decides he wants to sell the property to another applicant, then at that, or transfer it over, at that point, he would come back before the board.
If I could, through the chair, the way I heard, unless I didn't understand it correctly, is that the general rule is that it does go with the land, but that if there is something to support that there's something unique about this business and the method of operation, then you can make it unique to that. But I think the uniqueness relates to the size of the building. And I believe that the bylaw already provides that if somebody goes to expand the parking lot and add 10 or more spaces, or if they intend to put an addition on the building, that they have to come back for a site plan review. And that's what we're talking about here. So I think there's a built-in protection that it could run with the land. And if anybody ever wants to make this a far more intensive use, this building doesn't accommodate a far more intensive use without either expansion, or at the very least, they would have to add on more loading docks. And I think all of that would mean that they would have to apply and they would have to come back on a new site plan review. I think that the goal is, as town council said, it generally runs with the land. And to carry it out and say, well, we could do this with everything and make them all come back so it would never run with the land, that's not, I think, what he is saying. He's saying, is there anything truly unique about the building and the operation? And the only concerns I've heard are there going to be more tractor trailers coming in and out of this site? With 6,000 square feet, you can't have too many employees. And with 17,000 square feet of warehouse, you're not going to have a lot of tractor trailer deliveries. So I don't understand what the uniqueness is that you're going to make it just to this applicant and this business.
Mhm. Okay.
And I understand the concern is that because there's a residential abutter across the street, you want to make sure they're protected. And I'm sensitive to that also. But the only thing I could see is, let's say if an abutter to this property that's already an industrial use, if this didn't go through and then they bought this property and they said, now we want to make a big warehouse next door, okay, that might be different, but that's not this application and that's not this site plan review. So I don't know how this site plan could make for anything that's substantially different than what it is.
Okay, Amy, did you have something?
I guess to me, the uniqueness was that the truck came once every 2 or 3 months. So I didn't know if a new applicant came in, if you could get a tractor trailer that comes in daily. I guess the uniqueness to me with this property and having a residential abutter next door was, yeah, it was nice to hear that it was coming once every 2 to 3 months. So to me, that makes it unique.
It looks like we could include a condition that approval is for the project as presented in the application and supporting documents provided. And then this is in the specific reference in the item number 3, where we do with specific references to the plan, statements, and related materials. So any change in the application would require the modification of special permit. So that may cover. And then we could do a condition of ownership. It doesn't have to run with the land. The tricky part is the applicant. It could be a condition of ownership with a special permit. And then the condition for approval for the project as presented, coupled together, may solve our goal, or my goal anyway. I don't know if it's the majority's goal.
Carrie, if I'm understanding you correctly, the special permit is for warehouse. But I think it's more the site plan. If the site plan were to change, with one loading dock, there's no way there are going to be a lot of tractor trailer deliveries without significantly increasing the size of the building.
Mhm.
And that would require a new site plan application. And adding parking spaces would require a new site plan application.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I'm just reading here from the council. It's just about conditioning the special permit to say that it would be that the condition of the approvals for the project as presented. So I recognize you're talking about the site plan component of it, but this was for a condition to the special permit. And then we could do a condition of ownership.
I'm not sure what you're saying by condition of ownership.
So we could do, instead of running with the land, it would be a special permit that it goes with the owner. So it has a condition of the ownership. So that it doesn't run with the land, but it also doesn't have this non-transferable based on the applicant. It's actually based on the owner. So that way the special permit does not just last with the land forever. It actually goes with the owner.
So tell me what you're trying to say. If Jeff, 30 years down the road, decides he's going to retire and he's going to sell the business or the building, are you saying the special permit's not good anymore? He has to come back and reapply? Or the new person has to?
Yes.
So Carrie, you're basically saying that the special permit transfers with the applicant, not the land.
The owner. So if the applicant if that's trickier to do, then it would just go with the owner. Like we've done conditions, or have we done conditions of ownership before? I think the ZBA has done conditions of ownership.
Carrie, are you reading the last response?
Yes, number 3.
Okay, so where town council says that the board could include a condition that approval is for the project as presented in the application and supporting documents provided to the board with specific references to plan statements and related materials, so that a change from the application approved would require modification of the special permit. So I don't read that to say that, 30 years from now, if the same type of company wants to come into this, that means that they have to come back to the board. If they're doing the exact same thing, and it's not a change from what was approved,
Mhm.
then they could operate there. But if there's any change, if they're doing something, if the use is different, or if they're doing one of the thresholds for the site plan, adding parking, doing an addition, that would make the applicant come back before the board.
Mhm.
But whether it's 5 years from now or 30 years from now, and if, and the same type of business wants to locate there, then that's okay.
Mhm.
That's how I interpret that.
And that's how I interpret what that lawyer is saying too.
Okay.
What about hours of operation?
You've made that a condition.
Yeah, so if it changes from 8 to 8 to 24/7, then it would have to come back in front of the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay. But then in addition to that piece, what I was saying is instead of the special permit going with the land, it would go with the owner. So that's the piece that sounds like we ask the questions about 30 years from now.
Well, if you want it to go to the applicant, that's on the previous page where you've got to make.
No, not the applicant though. They would run with there would just be a condition of ownership, just in a normal scenario where we've done special permits that go with the owner, not the land. Like, for example, I think the ZBA did that on one of the dog kennel permits. It went with the owner, not the land.
Right, I mean, owner, applicant, that's the, I mean, it's not the same thing, but it in the example that you're giving about the dog, I think it was a dog walking business or dog grooming, maybe dog walking. That was very unique, to that property, and they didn't just want anybody else to, be able to move in and do a similar business. They wanted that person to definitely come back.
Yep, okay. All right, any other thought? I mean, that's just my personal thought. Obviously I'm not a majority on my own. Are there other thoughts on that? Okay. All right, I guess overall, I'm just trying to make sure that we end up with the same plan. And if we can accomplish that through this component, then I think that works. I'm just not fully convinced about that. And it is a huge sticking point for me. So I just want to make sure I can think through that a little bit or just sort that out a little bit.
Carrie, if I could just add, by what Amy had suggested earlier, removing some of the lined parking spaces, if anybody were to come in with a more intensive use and they needed more parking spaces, that would also trigger coming back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think my main trigger for the neighbors would be if it goes from one truck every 2 months to one truck a day. And
So
I don't
maybe-
know.
Yeah, it's like a percentage increase, like similar to what we did for Cedar Hill. If within X period of time after, well, similar to a post occupancy. So post occupancy, if the traffic is X times more than presented, then they have to come back to the board, like something like that. Or for them, it was about street parking. So Cedar Hill had, if in X period of time after the operation, there was an issue with street parking, they had to come back to the board and, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, all right, so it sounds like the applicant is open to a condition of it being the project as presented.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And is that adequate for board members in terms of any goals we're trying to accomplish or not adequate?
I think that's adequate
Okay,
for me.
Amy, for you as well? Or Anthony or Michelle? I can't say everybody at the same time.
Yeah. I think too, would we, and I think that's a good point about the parking. I mean, would we want to put that in the language just to say if you know, I don't know how you do it, but if, you know, parking is added, meaning that those are striped, then they would have to come back.
It's already in the bylaws if you
It
do
is.
over 10 parking spaces, I think.
Okay.
Or 10 or more, yeah.
Okay, then it's on Amy, Michelle, adequate for you?
Yeah, we're doing a special permit with the land, correct?
Yes, but it would be the and number 3 of what council wrote about just as project as presented.
Yep.
Amy, also for you?
Yep.
Okay. All right, are we interested in any sort of condition about traffic that expands to X percentage above, or do we feel comfortable with how this is now?
I'm pretty comfortable with it. I feel that the size of the building and the amount of storage that they would be able to accommodate would pretty much limit the trucking.
Mhm.
And, you know, to your concern with, you know, if there's one truck a day coming in, that also like Attorney Gould said, that means that there's a lot of other trucks going out. And I think we're going to see that before we see more trucks coming in.
Mhm. Okay, other thoughts on that? Are we good? Does that, what Melly just?
Well, to me, the truck part is important, but I don't know how you condition that.
Yeah,
Like if, say, one tractor trailer comes in a week and then all of a sudden you've got like 10 vans coming in a day. You know, I don't know how that can be conditioned. Because right now we're being sold a warehouse, which we all appreciate, where there's a delivery in the morning and a delivery goes out at night and one truck every 2 to 3 months. If that traffic picks up where the tractor trailer comes in once a week and now we've got vans coming in 4 and 5 times a day, I don't know how you would condition that to come in before the board, because right now it's a perfect situation. But if that traffic situation changes, I don't know how to trigger that.
well, maybe it would be covered in this condition because it's really approval for the project as presented and supporting documents provided. So, and all related material. So it's really looking at this entire plan from traffic to whatever the case. So I think there may be coverage in that condition there.
I guess if you included finding of fact that, you know, one truck comes every 2 months, like somehow it would have to be in the decision because a board 5 years from now wouldn't know that we said a truck comes once every 2 months.
Yeah, and I think similar to the landscaping discussion, it's not like somebody is counting flowers and counting trucks. I think it's when it gets to a point of
Nuisance.
yeah, a nuisance that it becomes, this is a protection in the event it becomes that, not that anyone's counting things or whatever.
Right. You need something that the building enforcement officer can enforce if it becomes a nuisance.
Yeah. And I think that's the heart of what we're saying. I don't think we're looking to, you know, stand outside and knock on the door when we see 2 trucks. That's, you know, just trying to make sure. I mean, I think the applicant's well aware that we've had a lot of trouble on this street and, you know, we have an extra sensitivity to it, or I personally do anyway, just trying not to get ourselves in a situation where, you know, 5 years down the line, we say, oh, why didn't we, you know, protect that in a different way so that we don't have, you know, the situation we didn't intend on. So it's not that, don't feel that you're being extra scrutinized because personally, but just that the street has a lot of issues.
So Marshall, what would you recommend?
I think project as presented.
Okay.
And then if it should turn out that something is drastically different, then the building inspector or the planner or somebody would call the people in and explain what the issue is and try to work around it. And if not, then if they feel there's a violation of intent, then they could suggest that they come back to the planning board for discussion.
Okay.
You tie, if I may, how do you tie back and quantify as presented? I think like the traffic volume was presented to us, but it's not attached in any way as far as I can think to the application. Or is that going to go into the decision, I guess?
Well, I think what Amy was saying is if we reflect it in our findings.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
But even the findings, I don't know. I think it would have to be a condition of the decision to hold up.
Let's not forget too, that there is a record of the proceeding and there were minutes being taken. So that all I'm involved in a case now in a different town where what was intended. It's very hard to write down everything that you want, but in this other matter, they're bringing in the minutes of what was presented. And the town is saying, well, we thought it was going to be something else. And even though it was my client back then, I had no problem when they introduced the minutes. And if my client was doing something wrong, intentionally wrong, as opposed to unintentionally, then the town has every right to come back to them.
Okay.
So it's more than just what your decision says. If there's an enforcement order, and look, let's face it, you've already pointed out that there's a lot of notice being taken of Bartlett and Lyman. And let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I know that suddenly warehouses have a bad name on Bartlett and Lyman, but this is not the type of warehouse that everybody's been complaining about. And it's not the type of loading dock situation everyone's been complaining about. So if we try to overmanage this, you could end up with unintended consequences there too. How are you going to do that for this project and not do it for every project everywhere in town, whether it's warehouse or not?
Yep, makes sense. Okay, any other board comments or staff comments or new information from the applicant? Okay, then why don't, if there's no new information that we need to cover, why don't we entertain a motion to close the hearing?
I make a motion to close the hearing on 1 Lyman Street.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's see, hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. Okay, great, now I can see everyone. All in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, so thank you very much. We will be deliberating hopefully this evening and get a decision squared away for that. But thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Thank you for doing all the work that you've done on this plan to make it. I know that it was quite a level of scrutiny, but thank you for all your work.
It's going to work out to be a good project for the town.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So long.
I just need 2 minutes. Is it okay if we take like a 2-minute break?
Yeah, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? That sounds like a good idea. And then we'll come back at 9:05. Okay, so Jim, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yep. Just don't forget to shut your cameras and mics off if you plan on leaving.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, I think we have everybody back. Oh, maybe not Michelle. Michelle, are you back as well? We'll just give Michelle an extra minute. Michelle, are you back? Okay. Do we have everybody at this point? We have Millie, Anthony, Amy. Michelle, if you're back, you're on mute.
I'm all set.
Oh, okay, all right, we have everybody here. I'm Kathy. Is Fred coming? Well, I guess we can get started. Fred is coming back.
I'm here.
I was gonna say, he should be there.
Okay, all right, great. That's okay. You don't have to be on. You can.
Just take a little nap.
I know. Yes, we're all taking a nap. Okay, so why don't we, I know we just did Lyman, but I want to make sure we have time to get our the deliberation taken care of for 425 as well. So if we have time, I think we should cover Lyman as well. But if we don't, then how does the board feel about if we don't have time tonight to do the decision for Lyman, to deliberate and do the decision for Lyman next week? Or I guess we can see how it goes. I just want to make sure we're not too late. I don't want to make decisions too late at night.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. So right now we will do a decision deliberation for 425 Whitney Street site plan approval and special permit per groundwater protection overlay district. So why don't we start with the special permit, and if the board would like to deliberate the special permit criteria. Any thoughts based on what we heard, based on what was presented.
I guess I'll start.
Sure.
So I see this as a kind of two components, concrete plant being one, and then their normal operation being the second. I find a few things very concerning about the concrete plant, just the size and scope of the operation, the number of trucks coming in and out of the site, the trucks running on site, but we talked about 2,000 truck trips on the roads, regardless if they're bringing in concrete or not. Then they had the 3 a.m. start time, so near to Pine Knoll in that neighborhood. I think it's going to be very upsetting for the folks living over there, and they're certainly going to be impacted by noise and dust and other things. And then I think just from being on groundwater, I think just the sheer volume of this operation and the length of time, the amount of material, it's going to be very difficult to put control measures in that they can, stay on top of. Let's have to have a fail-safe operation and constant monitoring to make sure that there weren't spills of anything or getting into groundwater. At least I'd be very concerned about that. So that's for the concrete plant. If I look at just the operation itself, I really didn't in the past, and I still don't agree with the use determination of light manufacturing. And even in the definition of light manufacturing, it says light manufacturing, fabrication, processing, packaging, assembly operations employing only electric or substantially noiseless and inoffensive motor power. And also in that same definition, they must be free of radiation. And this is classified, this operation or machine is classified as a radiation machine. And then if you look at the power requirements of this, and I'm not an engineer, but this 7.5 MeV, and I'm not certain whether, because there's two accelerators, whether that is ×2 or if it's 1, but the impact or the size of what that means doesn't matter much as well. And you can just do some simple searches on this. And even if that MeV, which is a mega electronic volt converted to megawatts, it's about half. So you go 7.5 to 3.3 megawatts. And again, you can just look this up online. 3.3 megawatts, and whether that's even 1 or 2, I don't really know. That could power thousands, literally thousands of houses. This is a major equipment running here. This isn't like some small operation. So again, with the use case, and then if you get into performance standards, again, it's listed as a radiation machine. Right in our performance standards, that same paragraph goes again. In all zoning districts, no use shall be permitted, so prohibited uses shall be permitted, which would be offensive because of injurious, noxious noise, vibration, so on. And again, radiation being something that's prohibited in our bylaws. And then lastly, the 12-foot walls and ceilings. So you think about that, there's walls on both sides and the ceilings. This is a very purpose-built building. I don't think anybody, if stairs were ever to leave for whatever reason, I don't think it could be used for really anything else. It's not like it'd be an open space. These are kind of hallways that turn and twist. And I couldn't even imagine what the effort and scope of resources it would take to dismantle this building. And I just think it may just end up sitting there if it were ever left or abandoned. So those are my concerns at this point.
Okay, other board member comments?
I guess I have similar concerns. I'll read down. The peer reviewer stated this is a radiation machine facility. A radiation machine facility is not permitted use in our bylaws. according to 705 ONOG1. Any building use or structure not specifically permitted shall be deemed prohibited. This is not a permitted use, and I feel as a special permit granting authority, well, I've heard it's the action of the board that sets the use. And I see this as a prohibited use. Our definition of light manufacturing states it should be free from neighborhood disturbing agents. Our definition specifically states electromagnetic radiation as a neighborhood disturbing agent. This neighborhood disturbing agent was added to our bylaw in 1992 after the original STERIS application of 1990 and 1991. X-rays are a form of electromagnetic radiation. It was a concern then, and I feel it is still a concern now. I feel I have not received adequate assurance that the abutting neighborhood would be protected from the electromagnetic radiation. It is, as it's so close to these homes. Since the application includes electromagnetic radiation, I find that beneficial impacts wouldn't outweigh the adverse effects that could be possible for the town and the neighborhood. Also, noise is listed as a disturbing agent in our bylaw. And according to the sound study, the facility as designed will not meet our performance standards for noise. I had a concern about the concrete plant too, and the groundwater. The concrete plant and aggregate storage of materials, the truck washdown area and basin for 2,000 trucks that will need to be rinsed off after the pours, and the proximity to the 100-foot wetland buffer, including aggregate storage, which is very close to the 30-foot buffer. It's a great concern to me. The majority of this concrete plant is within the buffers. I also had a concern with the past, and the planning board was supposed to receive stack testing reports due to emissions. They were supposed to receive them every 5 years. And there's also a thermal flare report required from STERIS that was supposed to be received by the planning board every 6 months of a condition of the 1990 ZBA/planning board decision. Because we had no record of ever receiving this, I have little confidence that it'll be any different with the new plant. If we put conditions on it, will we ever receive the conditions? I mean, the reports, will the conditions be upheld? Those are just a couple of the concerns that I have.
Okay, other thoughts? Oh, Millie, you're on mute. Oh, still on mute. Hold on, I'm gonna ask to unmute you. Oops, I don't know what's
Okay,
going on. There you go.
My button doesn't seem to be working. I had some similar concerns, but I had a little bit of indecision about how the radiation in the neighborhood was described as being a neighborhood disturbing, and obviously the 12-foot thick concrete walls eliminate that problem of the emission of the radiation. I did have more concern actually about the noise and the concrete plant and the past records being not received. I think the concrete plant on site would probably have been a huge problem based on the number of trucks and then also the storage of raw materials.
And noise-wise, what was did you have any specific concerns or?
I believe the equipment as it was, and I think it was the chillers that weren't going to be meet standards.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else from you?
No, that pretty much summed it up.
Okay, Michelle, thoughts from you? Oh, you're on mute, Michelle.
Not yet.
No thoughts? Okay.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. Gotcha. Okay. So a couple of things from me, and I think in this initial thought process, more related to the permit. So, but to similar sentiments with the concrete plant, I think one of the criteria that we have is that will not during construction or thereafter impair ambient groundwater quality or reduce existing recharge capacity beyond that allowed in this chapter. I think this particular form of construction is beyond what we see in a normal construction situation. In looking at this structure for 12 to 18 months, it's really a big part of this plan. It's not just your typical, we're going to spend 6 months building this building, which I think we're more accustomed to seeing. This was very integral to the plan itself. And I didn't feel like we received, I think I had asked about details on sedimentation, washout basin and other sedimentation protection measures that weren't provided. There were no details on how to address the erosion and sedimentation protection measures related to the plant. We got assurance that there was comments about the, with the 2,000 trucks in and out, just making sure we protect the catch basins, which we heard they would be protected, but it's an excessive amount of maneuvering around the property. I'm just not, I'm not sure that was detailed enough or described enough, or even something that can be done with if you're driving those kinds of trucks around. I'm just not sure with how much we can protect those types of the infiltration basins or anything like that. The lights were unclear to me on the plan. It sounded like they didn't have to be the bright lights, but I mean, I envision when you're pouring concrete, you'd need those generator type lights. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me that it would just be, low level lights for that. I would imagine if you're pouring for precision and needs to meet a quality, you would want, you'd need the lights to be there. The hours, the 3 a.m. start was a non-starter for me from the get-go. I don't think that's appropriate at all. But I think that they were willing to go with the 7 o'clock. So I think that was somewhat rectified to the extent that they'd be willing to, make the hours from 7 to 7. I had a really hard time. I went back and I listened to the hearing again, and I had a really hard time following the numbers all over the place. I had a hard time following the actual plan for how many trucks would be driving, how many days of pour, how many trucks are we looking at per day, what those trucks look like, will there be damage to the roadways. I found myself, even in listening again, not able to follow. I thought there was, let me see, in some cases, there was 2,000 trucks. In other cases that changed. In some cases it was going to be faster to be on site, but then it was, I'm sorry. Then there was a statement afterwards that said that it wouldn't increase the time would be the exact same. So I had a really hard time keeping track of the story at hand for how this would work. And I didn't, I even in watching it again, had a hard time following the actual numbers and the actual impact of that. So that was one thing for that. The stockpile, I think someone mentioned the stockpiles of materials. They were open air containers, and I didn't feel we got a real clear answer as to, I'm sorry. Let's let's see, I turned off my phone, so I don't know how that keeps buzzing on here. Anyway, I don't think that I got, there was a real clear picture in terms of the stockpiles of materials, like if it rained or anything like that, what would prevent all of that from getting, draining out into the open? It sounded, if the walls looked like it was, just a 3-sided wall, and then otherwise there were these enormous stockpiles of materials. It wasn't clear to me how that would be mitigated in terms of any sort of dust from that, or if there was rain or anything like that, where would that leak out to, and how would that, really be protected over there? So I had some concerns about that. Let's see. I mean, I obviously had other concerns, and I don't know, maybe I'll stop and see if any board members have thoughts about that, because I had some other concerns about some other items, but I presented a lot of things. So I don't know, any comments or anything about that the board members agree or don't agree with, or whatever the case?
I mean, I think it sounds like a lot of those are related to the concrete plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Millie. So we had a discussion with the applicant about having the concrete done off-site versus on-site. That was an option. We actually gave the applicant the opportunity to come back, which the applicant chose not to, which was disappointing. I think Millie and I had extensive conversations with the applicant about how the numbers were confusing and they didn't add up. At one point, I think it was like 34 trips, and then it didn't add up to how you got to 200 or 2,000 trips. The math was off on that. I understand that the applicant's concrete guy was having poor phone service, so he was trying to use one phone into another phone to talk, and so maybe the way it was communicated wasn't very well, but even in his report, the numbers didn't add up. So that's why we gave the applicant the opportunity to come back and work out those numbers, and they chose not to do so. But I do think my prerogative would have been an off-site concrete, which would have addressed a lot of the concerns that the other board members have. I think with regards to the hours, I think the applicant already addressed that they're not doing 3:30 a.m. or 3 a.m., that we're going to start at 7 a.m. So that's really not an issue to put in as far as a rejection. They already said they would agree to that. As far as the building, if Steris were to leave that site, anyone could come in and refit that building again. I don't think Steris is going to sit there and abandon a property since they own. There are certain conditions that you could put in for that. So I don't agree with Anthony's comment about that. I did have a concern about the alarms that we had discussed extensively about with Steris, and was disappointed because at one point at one meeting they had agreed, even though not necessary, that it would bring sort of a peace of mind to the neighboring community, that unless the state allowed it, they weren't going to do it. And that would have been a condition that I would have wanted to see, actually both forms of those alarms in, one that's along the perimeter and then one that's on the building. Even though you do get some false positives on the other one, you do not get. So I think that would have been worthwhile looking into, but again, they chose not to do that. And so that was one of my concerns. And then another concern of mine had to do with, I think, they're needing to do maybe a little bit, I wouldn't use the word public relations, but had to work on their safety reports to ensure that they could be in and accurate, and the town wouldn't have to have the burden of actually following through and getting those reports at some of them that we had seen presented to us. But I think the overall concern for the neighborhood was the concrete plant. That was one of the concerns of the neighborhood that we heard over and over again. And that's why I was in favor for an off-site concrete being brought in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would, along the lines of the reporting, I think that's a good point. And I think one thing that we, need to give consideration to, or, so basically, I'm just reading here, it was, we shall give consideration to the simplicity, reliability, and feasibility of the control measures proposed and the degree of threat to water quality which will result if the control measures failed. One thing that, and again, it goes to your point, Michelle, the concrete plant, that we would get the copies of the SWIP inspections. Oh, no, we wouldn't get the copies. Well, they should be filed with town hall, and the peer reviewer recommended that we have that as a condition. But my concern with this was that this would be a period of 12 to 18 months where we would rely on inspection reports coming in after every heavy rainfall for 12 to 18 months. That could be a level of, how do we keep up with that? How does town hall keep up with that? How do we, after every single rainfall for that long a period of time, could we keep up that cadence and pace in a way that, ensures that groundwater is protected? It just seemed like an extensive period of time that we wouldn't be able to properly manage, or I'd be concerned that we couldn't properly manage. I'm not insinuating that's what you meant, Michelle, by the reporting, but you just reminded me when you said that. I had some, and this goes, actually along the lines of those alarms. I had some concerns that were as part of the peer review that we didn't get more information on, because either they didn't have the technical design information, or they just weren't experts in that area. And one of those was there was no information on the automatic shutdown of the chillers, and there was no technical design information on an emergency shutdown. So we didn't really get a review of, in the event of an emergency, which sounds like many times safety problems come from human error, in the event of that emergency, or when you need to push a button, whatever the button may be, I didn't feel like the peer reviewers were able to provide assurance on that, or we got assurance on that. What is the protocol for that for an emergency shutdown? What is the plan? If there is some sort of leak or hazard, what is the plan in place? It didn't seem like we got information from the peer reviewers on that. The peer reviewers didn't have that information to provide back to us their feedback. So that was disappointing to not be able to get a little more on. Going to the reporting, I think evaluating safety is part of our responsibility. And I think part of this, what we did was to figure out, is this a safe project? And we asked about alarms, and we asked about, emergency planning, and we asked about things like that. We asked about the life expectancy of the concrete, and some of that data we didn't get. And that's hard to not have that data. And, as a board, we can't be made to guess those kinds of things. And I don't want to be in a position to guess those kinds of things. So the other thing, I recognize that this is a different site, but, it's a company, the same company expanding their operations in our town. And I was very concerned over the history of this company as it relates to their operations, and specific to the operations in Northborough. As a company proposing to expand their operations in our town, I think that when evaluating safety and level of comfort, there was a real documented history of safety issues, violations, leaks. There were violations as recent as March 2021 with lack of, not filing reports. We obviously see a lack of filing reports in our own board, in our own reports that are due to us. Failure to maintain required records, OSHA violations, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission fines, Atomic Energy Commission fines. I found the letter from the fire department noting a pattern of lack of safety, a pattern of lack of regard for safety, leaving the doors open all hours of the night, sometimes during the day, leaving the roof hatches open. Those are things you can't help. Even if the best safety measures can't help human error or disregard. So that was disappointing to see that kind of history. No one was in charge, or no one in charge was trained in emergency procedures. Housekeeping was poor at best. Documents were everywhere. There was apparently some sort of issue that employees didn't even, all they had to do was hit a button on the keyboard, and they didn't do that for whatever reason. And that's concerning to me. So that's something I don't know if any board members had comments or thoughts on that, or agree or don't agree with that.
Carrie, I think my only comment on that is I did read through most of those. I was not aware of the one that came in on March 21st, but I was aware of the ones that were back from the 90s. I think the last one before that was 2005.
Mhm.
But I do think that they were, probably under a different managerial style.
Yeah, could be. The one that we talked about, the March one at the last hearing, it was the air pollution control with Mass DEP. It was for the failure to submit certification to Mass DEP and failure to maintain the records. That was the one we looked at the May 18th hearing.
Okay, yeah.
I had, let's see. I mean, I want to, so then going back, so related to the special permit, I mean, Anthony, I think you gave a lot of things, you talked about, or Amy, you as well, Amy and Anthony, you talked about some of the performance standards and things like that. But as it relates to the special permit, do you have other thoughts or comments about special permit related items? Or not just to single you two out. I'm just saying, you mentioned, I'm just taking notes, writing down everybody's stuff. And I'm just trying to figure out special permit wise, what your thoughts are.
For the groundwater special permit, number 2 is will not during construction or thereafter impair ambient groundwater quality. And like I stated before, I have a concern that the concrete plant and the storage, the materials, the truck washdown area, which we never really talked about a lot. The trucks do need to be rinsed out after concrete is poured, but all the proximity of that to the wetland buffers and the wetlands, it's of great concern to me. I feel that could impair or would impair the ambient groundwater quality, just the sheer number of 2,000 trucks. And if you have to wash those down after a pour, because they did say that whether it was off-site or on-site, it would be the same number of trucks. So if it's 2,000 trucks and it's on-site and they're rinsing them down, all that sediment. It was, the whole concrete plant was in the parking lot, which is in the area of the groundwater protection area.
But if it was offsite, Amy, that would not be a concern of yours.
I don't know if it would have been as concerning because they wouldn't have been rinsing on site.
Yeah, you don't have to rinse off a truck. They come in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, Anthony, other thoughts from you?
Well, the only thing I was thinking about for the groundwater is there's, in here they talk about making a determination, the special permit granting authority shall give consideration to the simplicity, reliability, and feasibility of control measures. And it just goes back to my point about kind of the grand scale and the thing with talking about the concrete plant, obviously. And I don't think there's nothing simple or feasible with these control measures you have to have in place.
Let's see. I'm trying to divide this out properly. I mean, I think that some of the noise thing, I know a couple other people mentioned noise. The noise, it also concerned me, Millie, this might have been yours that you brought up, whether specifically the chillers or not. One thing we tried to do is make sure that one thing we asked to do as part of this whole process was to make sure that we met the performance use standards in the bylaws, but also just noise's impact in general. Obviously, the plan as presented did not meet the standards. It required mitigation. And I didn't get a sense that, this was a full commitment by the applicant to take on. It sounded, when I saw the email that came to us, and it was like, the statement was, we may we may consider this as part of our design. Not, I would love to see, like, this sounds like we're committed to making this happen, and this mitigation is going to happen. It's going to be part of our plan. Don't worry. And it was more like, yeah, we may consider it. So I didn't get the confirmation that I would hope for that. But also, there were some things about the noise study that concerned me a little bit. And I think one of the abutters brought this up in general, just, really hit home about the modeling. And I understood the noise consultant walked through, the methodology a little bit and explained the modeling and all of that. But the one thing that in the report itself that I thought was a little strange was that all of the 3 neighborhood spots, it was Stone, Coolidge, and Patrick Drive, all had the lowest ambient levels at 36 dBAs as that baseline. But in the report, they had picked 38 anyway, because that was something maybe they had longer term on file or whatever the case. But that really significantly changes the numbers, whether you do it from 36 or 38, because 36 makes you really not compliant off the bat. 38 makes you, somewhat compliant. And I just didn't, it seemed like that number of 38 being picked worked out nicely for the math, but didn't really reflect the numbers I was seeing, which was 36 for all 3 neighborhood, the intersections of the 3 neighborhoods for that baseline level. So that concerned me a little bit, that we were going to be looking at a great deal of noise, and that we heard from neighbors in the beginning that there was already a lot of noise over there. So to add on top of that, I think is a huge impact for that neighborhood from a noise perspective. I don't know if anyone else had other thoughts on noise or thoughts about that report in general. Okay. I think there were also, a few byproducts of the process coming out of here that I think are harmful to people. And this is another area that I don't think the peer reviewers had any information on, or they weren't experts on. So we heard that it creates gas and it creates carbon dioxide, but we didn't have any information on what that means or equates to. It's obviously a harmful byproduct. I think someone brought up the electromagnetic interference. We didn't have any information on that. So there may be an impact. We didn't know if it has impact to, whether it's power, wireless communications, radio, TV, or medical devices, pacemakers, things like that. There was no information on possible impact on those things, those types of things. So that was something that was concerned. Also, in thinking about power, we received an email a ways back from one of the people in the neighborhood that said that the area has a lot of power outages over there. I just can't imagine that on a peak load type environment, like say you're in the middle of summer with everybody's AC on and you get those power outages. It wasn't clear to me that although the applicant said they had talked to National Grid, there was no data there are no data or information or numbers on the impact on power, if they would cause outages, if they, if there are any sort, the peer reviewers weren't able to answer anything about power, surging. If you're turning it on and off at that level, what kind of power surges there would be, and if that would impact the neighborhood, if they lost power. Just to see that data that wasn't there. Any thoughts on that at all?
Carrie,
Yes.
so the power outages that they're indicating in Pine Knoll, which is really commonly known if you live over there, has nothing to do with the power being outage coming through it has to do with trees falling down on power lines.
Ah, okay.
Pine Knoll is because it's filled with pine trees.
Yeah.
And pine trees snap and they come down on power lines.
Yeah.
And that's why Pine Knoll has frequent power outages, because it's filled with pine trees, which only have a life expectancy of whatever, maybe 80 or 100 years, and then they snap.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Well, that makes sense. But if you were to add on top of that, if there are additional power problems, I mean, I just didn't, there just wasn't any data there
Well, that's the data.
well, the data that was not on the pine trees. I would want data on by the enormous electrical requirements. Does that put a strain on the grid that causes power outages not related to trees?
No, I understand that. I just wanted to share with you why
Why
I
the
heard
person-
that from somebody.
Yeah.
It's because they have a lot of
Yeah.
trees that fall down in Pine Knoll.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, other comments? I want to make sure I don't talk too much.
I do think, somewhat to your point, Carrie, that this type of radiation does require almost the highest amount of voltage to go through, and it is a high voltage requirement for these accelerators. But I don't know what the data is and the numbers are.
Right. The other thing, I was hoping that we would have information too we had asked in the beginning to see information about the other locations, or if there's any data that we could extrapolate from other places and kind of figure out what we'd be looking at in our own location. And there just wasn't any information in the end that came about any other location, whether it was Switzerland or local. We just didn't have that sort of, I was hoping to see how did it work in other places that we could apply it here. And those questions really weren't answered. Even just getting data of how it's working in other places just wasn't available. Let's see. And then just in terms of one thing that, we've had this issue before with other applicants, the chicken and the egg argument of which permits do you get first? And there's really we have no evidence that there's any sort of, obviously they're going for state and federal approval after the fact, but we have no information from state or federal of, we're putting our faith in not only just that they'll get the permits, but also, say they do the right reporting there. It sounded like, I think someone else brought this up before, we'd have to proactively go get the reporting. It wouldn't be like coming to us because it's a little beyond our scope, right? So I understand we necessarily wouldn't be the authority to get those reports. We're obviously not gonna, that's not something I would condition, but how do we understand that this is operating properly and under the regulations and all that if we always have to proactively go get those reports? So just really not having any of those permits on hand. And I think the peer reviewers gave us a lot of information about what would be required, but not like how to connect those dots and just make sure that we're in that loop. Even when it came down to the alarms, it was something that they didn't want to pursue because they just wanted to deal with the state on that. And I think it was almost like even though we understood that they wouldn't be, the most high tech of the bunch, we just wanted that psychological assurance that there's no radiation leaking out into the area. And that seemed to not be an option for us. I think, Michelle, you brought that up before, the alarms.
I also think it would be important to have known what the plan of action would be were there something to have happened, in the sense of who would be contacted, what would be the chain of command, as we have here for either fire or police or things like that in our businesses downtown. We have a plan of action. And I don't think we ever really got what that would be.
Mhm. Yeah, I would agree with that as well. That whole what's that emergency protocol? The other item, so we spent, on the outset of this, I think what we wanted to see was, I think we had questions about the use right off the bat that, and Anthony and Amy, you alluded to this already, that is this truly a light manufacturing use? And we asked, okay, let's do a peer review and figure out, if this is a use, what does it meet our performance standards? And I think you both had anyone else can comment, but I'm pointing at you two because you specifically mentioned it already. Similarly, along the same lines of what you've already pointed out, I thought that I also saw the prohibited uses. It's on page 727 that included radiation and electrical interference on the list. Obviously, prohibited uses are not permitted at all. I think when the peer reviewers did this, they made it very clear this was a radiation facility. What do they call it exactly? I wrote it down somewhere.
It's a radiation machine facility, they said.
Yes, thank you. So they would have to register with the state as a radiation machine facility. And that's what they called it, that it had a linear accelerator, that it's a radiation machine facility. In the name itself is radiation, and to me, that's a prohibited use in our bylaws. I had problems with the definition from the get-go, but I think, Millie, you had made a point that you thought that in terms of being neighborhood disturbing, you thought the concrete walls would be fine for that. I actually, that still made me concerned. In specific to the performance standards that we have, I didn't think it meets the noise standard, but also item number 5, toxic materials. If you read our definition of toxic materials, I think radiation falls squarely as a toxic material. And then also it might be number 1, was toxic gas. And I think the byproducts of this process is in fact 2 different toxic gases. So on top of the radiation component, which I believe is also the prohibited use, I don't even think it met the performance standards that we have outlined here on those three items specifically. And I do think it says something about unless you have the permits, which they don't have the permits. So there's really no assurance to us that they are within range because we don't know what that range is and they don't have the permits for it. So that was something that I was hoping we get data information on. We didn't get data, or they didn't know anything about the EMFs. So that, and that's fine. It wasn't in their expertise, but we didn't get information on that. We didn't have information on the gases. We were looking for data on the impact of those things that we weren't able to get that. And again, I think board members have said over time, how can light manufacturing require 12-foot thick walls and ceilings? It was noted as an accelerator-based radiation processing. Anthony, you read the definition of, did you read, was that you, Anthony, that read about the simple motor power? Did I make that?
Yeah, I didn't read the whole paragraph, but yeah.
So I continually struggled with this, even as we went through this with the peer reviewers, and they really went into it. And it was not a simple motor process to me. I think when we look at our bylaws, we need to consider the purpose and intent of the bylaw. And it wasn't meant to, I think the intent of this particular definition was, it was something simple. The light manufacturing is something simple, and even if it just requires electricity, that doesn't mean, if you require electricity and an accelerator-based radiation process, that's not a simple motor power handheld tool to me. That's very complicated. It's a complicated process. I didn't find that it met that definition at all, in terms of that type of the spirit and the intent and purpose of that bylaw. I took, let me find my notes on that to articulate that clearly. So it was described to us as, although you do turn on the electricity, that the high energy electrons created the high energy electrons are created using a linear accelerator. Then the X-ray is produced by impacting high energy electrons into a converter, the X-ray converter, and then the electrons interact with the converter material. Millie, that's something you asked about during the hearing, the metal. So then it interacts with a metal, creating an X-ray source. And then the X-ray source is controlled by managing the output of a linear accelerator. That's not just simply turning on the lights to me. That's a very complex, highly dangerous process by way of the fact you need 12-foot thick walls to contain it. Demonstrates to me that that doesn't meet that intent of this definition, which is to be truly light manufacturing. I don't know if there are any thoughts on that. I know it was a point made already by other board members. I'll stop there and see. Amy and Anthony, this was one of your specific points. Did you have anything to add there, or is there anything to cover that additionally?
No, I just, I was just the sheer amount of electricity needed is, I mean, if it's, and if I believe I have this correct, I mean, if you're talking about what basically could power a small town, I mean, it just seems like that could be just in itself be dangerous.
Let's see. Sorry, I just want to make sure I get through my notes here. One other concern that I had was that there wasn't any data when I was talking about the other locations. One point about that was that one of the abutters brought up how close it was to his particular property, testifying it was 50 feet away. I think somewhere in one of the minutes I saw as close as 23 feet from the property at its closest point. There was really no data on when this is with the lack of data of when it's this close to a neighborhood, then what? If it seemed like in other locations this was further away, and if this is indeed permitted by the state and federal and all of that, I have to wonder when it's so close to a neighborhood, was there any consideration for that? Or is there something that should be done differently or extra? Or do you put those alarms on if it's that close to a neighborhood? Or I would have been, if we could have seen, okay, this other place is also 50 feet from a neighborhood. And here's what we did to make that safer for that neighborhood. We put out alarms, we put up a perimeter, that we would check and send reports to the town once a month or whatever that would be. I mean, I don't know. But there was no real data or information on how that could be mitigated closer than what seemed to be any other like property. It seemed like the Ontario, although we weren't provided information, just anecdotally, it sounded like Ontario and Libertyville were further away from residential areas. I guess we never got that final information on that. I don't want to be made to guess. But, it didn't sound like it was as close. So I don't think that was a concern of mine as well. What happens when it's that close? Are there other considerations that we don't know about? Let's see. You know, in terms of, we talked a lot about the safety record in general, which I think was a concern. One thing that stood out to me is when one of the abutters had said back in, back in the 90s, there was a new technology and it was said, don't worry, it's safe. We're going to do all the reporting. You don't have to worry about it. And then 20 pounds of their product leaked into the air in the neighborhood and it had to be evacuated and hazmat had to come. And then this abutter had said, now towards 2021, and we're back to the same spot saying, don't worry, it's safe. We're going to do the reporting. I get really concerned that, a couple of years from now, we're going to have that next event. And I want to make sure that we've done everything we can to have something in place. So we're not wondering, what's the emergency plan? Does the police get called? Does fire get called? Does hazmat get called? Like, we don't even know what the emergency plan is, Millie, to one of your points. And I'd hate to be in that position 4 years from now with some sort of issue that we didn't see, we're blindsided by. And then we're looking at a neighborhood full of families and people and, bear some of the burden and responsibility of that. Any thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a complicated system and it has to have a certain amount of controls and safety for to really manage all of the components of it. And I'm not sure that I felt that we had a lot of, they would be reporting to the Department of Public Health, but then at the local level, what did we have in place in order to be assured that things were going to be done correctly?
Mm-hmm.
And the neighborhoods too.
To me, I look back to 1990 when the original STERIS came in, and then the planning board updated the bylaws. And in 1992 at the town meeting, electromagnetic radiation was added as a neighborhood disturbing agent, specifically added after this plant came in. But I feel that was very specific with the intent that this isn't allowed. So even with all the plans and with anything, I feel like this isn't allowed next to the neighborhood. It isn't allowed. It's not like manufacturing. So I guess that's where I stand at.
Did they have electromagnetic radiation then? I thought that was the ethylene oxide or the gamma radiation.
When I Google electromagnetic radiation, it includes all different things. It includes gamma, includes X-rays.
Really?
Yeah. So I think what they saw is this was coming in, and I think they were trying to stop it from happening again. So they added it to our bylaws, and now here we are so many years later, and it's in front of us. And I want to follow the intent of what they did during those years to this definition.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like electromagnetic radiation is something you do outside. It's done inside. So I think it's prohibited. I don't think a radiation machine facility is a permitted use in our town.
Okay. Other thoughts? I think one other for me was, I can't remember if I mentioned this now, was just obviously the concrete doesn't last forever. And at certain points it was implied not to worry, it would be inspected and all of that. So I guess that piece is fine. Again, the reporting on the shields, relies on us being proactive and fishing them out from somewhere or from a state agency or federal agency. But on top of that, I think the peer reviewers ended up saying, or one of them ended up saying, well, no, it's not going to last forever. So in that case, then what? If it starts to degrade or doesn't last forever, I assume we don't have to wait till we actually see light. I think one of the peer reviewers said, well, as long as you don't see light, it's not getting through. But, you know, if it's supposed to be a certain thickness and there's some sort of compromise to that, the concrete, I don't want to wait to the point where we can see light. I want to know, you know, what's happening when it starts if there's some sort of compromise in it. What do we do? What's the plan? How soon does it get fixed and all of that? I don't think the peer reviewers didn't have the expertise on the longevity of the concrete, which was described to us as the lead vest that protects the neighborhood. And without knowing everything about I want to know everything there is to know about the lead vest protecting the neighborhood. And that.
So Carrie,
yes,
I just wanted to make a comment. So when you talked about, you know, if there's a compromise in the concrete and the radiation's getting out, that goes to making a condition about the alarms, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we talked about.
Well, except they don't want to do that.
Exactly. But
Oh.
you know, I know they don't want to do it, but you can make it a condition just like you made it, and you make conditions on other tons of.
Well, I think the problem that we heard from council at the time, town council at the time, was that the alarm system or that type of alarm is not under our purview necessarily. So we we asked town council about, can we actually condition something that's not really under, so if it's really under the state or federal purview, those types of alarms, and they wanted to talk to the state or federal, what authority does the planning board have to say, okay, even though the state said you don't have to have them, the Northborough Planning Board says that you do. So I think did we actually have that authority to do that? It wasn't clear to me from council that we did. I don't know if anyone else interpreted that differently or not. It sounds like you did, Michelle, interpret.
I don't remember having that discussion. All I remember having a discussion with the applicant 1 week saying they would, and the second week, I think out of their frustration for how long this has taken, said that they would take it under the state's advisement.
Yep.
I'm just saying if for some reason it gets brought back to us through an appeal, you know, it's something to consider. When you talk about how do you monitor radiation leaving the building, we talked about we spent a lot of time at the last meeting with the consultants about talking about the different types of alarm systems you could use.
Yep. Does anyone recall that with council? Michelle doesn't recall it. Does anyone recall that with council, that conversation? It was late. I recall that, but if no one
Was
else.
that from the last meeting? Because I don't.
Yeah, the end of the last meeting, we talked about whether or not we could actually condition that if it wasn't under our purview, if it's the state authorities. It's okay if I'm the only one that recalls that, but I could have sworn he said something about whether or not we'd have the authority over a state agency when it's really not our purview. I also had I listened to the hearing again, so I do have the benefit of just listening to the hearing. So I don't have any better memory than anyone else other than listening to it all over again. Okay. Any other points that we want to discuss or talk about? Okay, why don't we, nothing else? Okay. Let's see, I'm just going through my list. Sorry to take a minute here. Any other thoughts, just from, so I mentioned a couple of performance standards. I think other members mentioned performance standards. I just want to make sure I captured that. Are there any other thoughts on just me? I know that we've talked about the use. It sounds like a majority feels like the use is actually prohibited, but beyond that, are there any, did we feel that this met the performance standards? It sounds like noise, definitely not. I had mentioned the no release of toxic materials and then the gas. I don't know if other board members felt that way, or I'm just going to pull up. I just want to make sure I understand where different board members, what we're thinking.
I agree the noise didn't meet the performance standards. Electrical interference is a performance standard, but we didn't really get an answer on that, so.
So I also thought that it had the release of toxic gases. And again, it's saying in accordance with state and federal regulations. We didn't really have any of that information. I think that, I don't know if it's in accordance or not. I just know that there's 2 different gases released that the peer reviewers didn't have the expertise to answer or any information on. So again, I don't want to be made to guess. And I also thought that it was a release of toxic material, again, which would require, unless all applicable permits have been granted, and they haven't been. And I assume toxic materials, just looking at the definition, and I don't know if other board members want to look at it. The definition of toxic materials, I felt that radiation is a toxic material. You can look at.
Was that listed under toxic materials?
No, so if you want to take a look, it's on in section 7-02-040, it's page 7-9. A combination of pollutants, including disease-carrying agents, which after discharge and upon exposure, ingestion, inhalation, and assimilation into any organism can cause death, disease, mutations, deficiencies, or malfunctions in such organisms or their offspring. So I think, to me, that radiation is very much upon exposure causes those things. It's a pollutant, including disease-carrying agents. I think radiation is a pollutant. I think upon exposure, it certainly causes mutations, if not disease and whatever else. So that was my train of thought there. And I don't know if others agree with that or don't agree with that.
Well, it's interesting because I guess I don't think of radiation as a specific material.
Yeah.
An energy, and it's a light, but it's not matter.
Right. Yeah.
But it does all those things.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on that? Well, it's okay if not. Okay, so does the board, do other board members feel that that is, that there is an issue of release of toxic material with radiation, or you don't think that it's actually applicable?
I mean, does it say anything under hazardous material? What's it say there? Maybe not.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't want to assume that others think the same thing. So it's okay if you don't. I just want to make sure. I don't want to assume that everyone agrees. So That's okay if not. So it sounds like that doesn't apply, that other board members don't think that.
That's correct.
Okay, so Michelle doesn't think that. Millie, it sounds like you're not convinced.
I'm not in that sense.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, Amy or Anthony?
Well, I think in terms of like release, we didn't get an answer on the gas release.
Okay.
But I don't know how it, I don't know if I agree.
Well,
with
so
you.
in comparison, Millie thinks material means like an actual, like, it sounds like Millie, you think of that as like an actual tangible material. But then I would wonder, like, how could you inhale, it's like toxic material, like, how could you inhale a tangible product? It would have to be something like upon exposure of something, if to inhale it, it wouldn't be, well, I guess you could technically inhale anything you want, but that's why I just thought that sounded like it, because to me, you know, upon exposure, that would be the case, but that's okay.
Okay, that does make more sense when you say upon exposure to radiation, yes. But I don't know if it's a material thing. Like ultraviolet light, I guess, isn't a material thing. But upon exposure, it can cause problems.
Mhm. So which after discharge and upon exposure. So pollutants, so to me, I read it as pollutants upon exposure, whatever else causes XYZ.
Yeah, but it, again, not upon exposure to, I mean, the point of this actually is to create this problem to sterilize equipment.
Being the toxic materials.
Yeah. The nature of this process is to do that.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Okay, I think predominantly noise was certainly a common issue for all. I think several of us, I think several of us did bring up the gas issue as well. Any other thoughts? One thing we never got information back on, but Amy, you actually asked about this at the last hearing. Can you remind me? You asked about the letter from the fire chief. I know you focused on the knockbox piece of it, but there was supposed to be some sort of fire flow test or hydrant flow test, but I don't think we ever got information on that. I just wondered when I thought about it, like with that maze-like structure, how would we ever know, like if there was a fire, how would you put out a fire through the maze? I don't know. In my mind, I had trouble figuring that out. It wasn't a super huge point, but you made me think about it when you asked about the fire letter.
I'm going to guess they have a sprinkler system.
Yeah, but for some reason they were doing some sort of hydrant flow test and we just never saw what it was about. So I didn't know if there was something like beyond sprinklers, do they have anything that they if they have a hydrant outside, do they need to try to reach in through and like weave through, or it doesn't matter? I don't know. It wasn't a super huge point. It was something that stuck out to me and I just wrote it down. One other thing we didn't get details on, and it was described, the peer reviewers didn't have any details on the interlocks, and that sounded important. It was described as being important in providing safety, though that whole interlock system was talked about quite a bit. But then what was surprising is that in the peer review report, it said there were no details provided on the interlocks. So there was recognition it was important, no details on how they worked. That was something as well. I think just in general, those types of things were concerning. Okay, it sounds like there's no other comments. Okay. All right, I'm going to look at, first we'll look at the special permit, I guess, or we could do this as one one full motion to look at the site plan with special permit. I think historically, we've actually just done the special permit first, so why don't we address that? Okay, so in just looking at the criteria, why don't we just talk about the criteria in general? So we have a couple of things here. And as we're considering all of this, part of our task here is to, as Anthony, you mentioned, just giving consideration to the simplicity, reliability, and feasibility of the control measures proposed and the degree of threat to water quality, which would result if control measures failed. So we have a couple different items here. Meets the purpose and intent of this chapter and will not derogate from the purpose of the Groundwater Protection Overlay District. We have will not during construction or thereafter impair ambient groundwater quality or reduce existing recharge capacity beyond that allowed per this chapter, and will not adversely affect the quality or the yield of an existing or potential water supply. I think especially number 2, but in general, well, I'll let the board talk. Any thoughts on that?
I think number 2 too, during construction and thereafter will impair ambient groundwater quality with what we heard or didn't hear. And I think if you have problems with 2 and 3, it kind of leads to number 1 being an issue.
Any other thoughts?
I think for the reasons that we already stated though. I mean, we've already gone through.
Yeah, we don't have to read, but I want to make sure we touch upon all the criteria as well in case there are any like specific ties we want to make or comments. I think we touched upon a great deal of this here.
Yeah. I mean, I think during construction and thereafter with the concrete plant and this aggregate storage, either half in the wetland buffer or part of it, the aggregate is all within the wetland buffer. I mean, it's right on almost on the 30-foot mark.
Okay.
Just looking at the concrete plant so close to the wetlands was a concern. And I do think it will impair the ambient groundwater quality. I don't know if other people feel that way, but.
Yeah, I definitely felt that that would be a problem.
I
2,000 trucks.
Yeah. I also, not just the, obviously those specific items, but I also had concerns about specific to the simplicity, reliability, and feasibility of control measures. This, like, as I had mentioned about the whole inspection reporting, and actually that, you know, regardless of onsite or offsite, I think that's inspection, that that type of reporting would have to be a part of this. So let's take the concrete plan out for a second and let's look at, say, I mean, obviously we didn't get the information on offsite, but now we're looking at 2,000 trucks coming on and off the site. I still had concerns. So concrete plan aside, I still had concerns about those over, you know, the period of construction was going to take the same amount of time. So we heard that regardless of onsite, offsite, in the end, it was stated it would take the same amount of time. So for 12 to 18 months, to do that complex of a process, onsite or offsite, I'm very concerned with cement being poured to that extent in that area, whether it spills, the trucks. Oh, actually, Michelle, you pointed out the trucks would be washed off site. So, you know, driving, although that number of those heavy trucks, number of trucks driving over, you know, any sort, if we had any issues with driving, how are we going to protect the catch basins? How are we going to stay on top of all that reporting? If we have a season of heavy rainfall, you know, every other day, how do we keep track of that or make sure? It almost seems like someone would have to be on site nonstop to oversee that level of complexity. To me, that was regardless of concrete plant, those specific issues. I don't know if other thoughts on that. Overall, I do not think it met the criteria either way, is what I'm saying.
I'd agree with that. I think that, I think even with even if it were coming from off-site, you could still have potential issues just with the truck traffic. And I don't know whether they would wash those off on site or not. I don't think that ever was answered or even questioned. But I mean, you'd have to imagine if there's going to be some runoff from those trucks on the site, even as they're working and pouring.
Kathy, did you have a question?
I just wanted to double check that you're still all talking about the special permit and as it relates to the groundwater bylaw on page 64.
Yeah, that's where we are right now.
Okay, all right. So, okay, I just wanted to make sure because I keep hearing reference, to number 2, but then I just want
Oh, sorry. Yes. So number 2 is will not during construction or thereafter impair ambient groundwater quality. That number 2.
Right, okay, well, I assumed that, but I just, and it sounds like you're also talking about some of the site plan information, or are you gonna have a whole separate conversation on the site plan? And the only reason why, well, not the only reason, but I know that folks are still on the line to talk about 200 Bartlett Street. So I don't know if you wanted to let them go, Carrie, and ask them if I have no idea how long, you're going to continue. So I probably should have asked that about 9, but
Yeah.
I mean, where it's 10:30.
Yeah, I would say we probably would have to move that to next time or
I think
I'm
it's too late.
assuming, let me just double check, but I'm assuming that they're still,
okay.
yes, the attorney for that company is still an attendee.
So I would just,
Kathy, has he been on the line for 4.5 hours?
Yes, she has. She's been on
Wow.
since 6. Yep.
I mean, can this be extended to the next meeting and give a courtesy 4.5 hours on a line?
well, they were notified. I think Kathy was telling everybody up front that it would be late nights. And if they wanted to move it to July 6th, they had the option to do so, or they could stay on for a late night. So everyone who wanted to come before the board was given notice, or I believe so. I think that's what we agreed upon, Kathy, that everyone would know you could come on July 6th and have that time or stick it out.
Yes, that's true. I just don't think they probably thought that it would be that it would still be 10:30 and that so again, this is your meeting, not mine. I just wanted to ask you a question about that. And then
yeah, I would give them the option if they want to come back there. They may want to do so. I think we still have time on this, and I don't want to break up a deliberation for something different. Okay, so I think that covers that portion of it. Oh, but Kathy, you were asking, are we covering site plan right now? Because what was the reason? Oh, that was just a matter of timing for the time.
well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, I've heard, and it's fine that it's kind of a combined conversation. I mean, I know you've been focusing on the special permit, but I've written down quite a few things about the infiltration basins and so forth. That to me is all part of the site plan, but no, just go on.
Okay. All right. So let's keep this moving then. Any other, are there, so it sounds like, for the groundwater special permit that a majority of the board does not feel that it meets the criteria there. Looking at, and I think we've stated our reasons why throughout the discussion. And then as I sent a message out earlier, I think that we're going to look at this like we do every application for this type of for site plan with the groundwater special permit. And we are going to also consider our special permit criteria for this as well. So we've listed out a lot of different thoughts about, you know, safety wise, noise wise, impact on the neighborhood. It sounds like one of the most common concerns was impact to the neighborhood. I think I heard a lot about that from almost everybody. What we would see there, whether it's noise, whether it's, you know, I don't think there are any concerns about traffic. Nobody brought up concerns about traffic. I didn't hear anything there. I think I heard mostly that just adverse impact in general to the neighborhood, just as a primary concern, and that spanned across a couple different items. Outside of noise and safety and things like that, were there other concerns?
I mean, I would just say the proposed site is not appropriate location for such use due to all the statements we already, you know, stated above. Mine were noise and
Yeah.
safety. As
Yeah.
you said, one abutter was very close, but I also think, you know, and the use as developed will be it'll adversely affect the neighborhood due to the same reasons that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I don't think it's in harmony with the master plan. I don't think it's in harmony with the bylaws in general.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's in harmony with the bylaw because, at least in my opinion, because of the performance standards not being met and electromagnetic radiation being a neighborhood disturbing agent, and the use of a radiation machine facility is not a permitted use, at least in my, that would make me say it does not fit the purpose of the bylaw.
So that actually also, I think, well, okay, go ahead. We can continue on that. Any other thoughts on that? Sorry, I'm just ruffling on my papers. I'm gonna put mute for a second.
Nope, those are my only statements.
Do other board members feel differently about those statements?
No, I'd agree.
Sorry, I'm gonna put mute on. Okay, oops. I think we accidentally brought Jeff in here. Jim, did you bring Jeff on by accident?
I did not, but I just moved him back over.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have, sorry, guys. Okay, so it sounds like that overall, not in substantial harmony with the master plan, not a proposed site is not appropriate location. It will adversely affect the neighborhood. No issue with pedestrians or vehicles. Adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided. I don't really have a full issue with that. I don't know if anybody does. Will conform to special requirements. I don't have any, it just state it if you have an issue. Could not be reasonably altered. I have no other issues. I don't know if anybody else does.
No, for me, it was 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, same. Anyone else have think differently?
I do not.
Okay. Then going to the site plan. So looking at site plan criteria, I mean, I think that if a majority of the board feels this is a prohibited use, I think this is a site plan is based on it being a permitted use or by right use, and which is not, I don't think the site plan meets the applicable requirements of this bylaw, either by being a permittable use, but also not meeting performance standards. And the performance standards that I think we agreed that it did not meet. I think noise was an issue. And the gases were an issue. And I think I was the only one on the toxic material. So that's not, that doesn't sound like anything that we want to conclude. But I think it by way of not meeting, by way of not being a by right use, I think it's based on that, I think the site plan it's a deficient application. It doesn't meet the applicable requirements of the bylaw. I don't think it makes sense to go down through the additional criteria here. Unless any board member is looking at this now and thinks that that would make sense, I don't think it makes sense. I just want to take a quick look and make sure. No, and I think the reasons that we determined, I think there are several issues. I think there are issues with just meeting the plain definition in the bylaws, but then also, I think a majority of the board felt that it fell under prohibited uses, which is on for several reasons, and those reasons being a couple different ones. Electrical interference, and radiation were the ones that the board mentioned so far, or in total. So I think falling under that, in all zoning districts, no use shall be permitted, and that falls. Radiation and electrical interference are two items causing it to be a prohibited use. I think in that case, why don't we vote? Kathy, would it make sense to vote as one vote for the site plan with the first vote for the special permit and then the site plan as we usually do?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Carrie, to take your special permit vote and then a vote on the site plan. But I just want to verify or clarify the criteria that you're using for site plan. Is everybody in the planning board rules and regulations, or are you in a part of the zoning bylaw?
No, I'm on 716, 7-03-050.
Okay, because you also have, there's a whole criteria section in your, planning board rules and regulations. As far as, it talks about, specifically the section is site plan decision criteria. And then the planning board shall base its decision on the following criteria. And then there's 3 criteria with the second criteria having several, subsets.
Mm-hmm. So I think the board was saying that if it's not a permitted use, if it's a prohibited use, then it's not a by right use, and the site plan is deficient and it doesn't meet the applicable requirements of the bylaw, then would we bother to go through the criteria? It would just be, is it a moot exercise to go through all the criteria if it's not a valid site plan application?
Okay, so you're using the, like you said, on page 7-16, you're in number 2, the decision criteria?
Correct.
Okay.
So the board has come to the conclusion that to then go through each part of this, which we usually do, doesn't make sense if it's a prohibited use and the application is fatally deficient. Should we look at the rules and regs as well, or if it doesn't even meet that? Okay.
I'm with you. just a couple of you were just saying, number one, number two.
Oh, I know, that's hard to follow. I'm sorry.
So
It's hard
that's,
to follow.
so I just always go to the rules and regs but that's fine. We're on the same page now.
Okay,
Page 716.
we are literally on the same page. Okay. Okay, so now I need to organize this. Okay, so starting with well, I'm going to put you on mute for 1 minute so I can get all my pages in gear. Okay, starting with the special permit. Is there a motion to deny the special permit on the grounds of it not meeting the following criteria? Groundwater section 1, 2, criteria 1, 2, and 3 meets the purpose intent of this chapter. We will not, during construction or thereafter, impair ambient groundwater quality, will not adversely affect the quality or yield of an existing or potential water supply. I abbreviated those. I mean for that to be in full. Alongside the consideration that simplicity, reliability, and feasibility of the control measures and the degree of threat to the water quality which would result if control measures failed be part of the consideration. Also on the grounds that it is not in substantial harmony with the Northborough Master Plan, not an appropriate location for such use. The use will adversely affect the neighborhood. And for all of the reasons discussed as part of deliberation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Before you vote, Carrie, I thought you were going to do 2 votes, a special permit vote and a site plan vote.
Yes. So we're
okay.
doing a special permit vote now, and then I'm going to go
Okay.
to site plan vote.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay. If as part of your roll call vote, if you want to specify any specific reason tied to your vote, this would be the time for you to do that. Although we've had the benefit of deliberation and discussion, if you have any specific reasoning to add to your reason for denial, you can do that as part of your vote now. So there's a motion on the table to deny the special permit on the grounds that have been stated. I will take a roll call vote. Amy?
Aye.
Do you have any additional reasons?
Well, I mean, for all the reasons I already stated, so those can all go in the decision, so.
Okay. Anthony?
Aye.
Any
And I have nothing additional beyond what we've already talked or discussed.
Millie?
Aye. Nothing additional.
Michelle?
Aye, nothing additional.
Okay. And Carrie is an aye, nothing additional than what's already been discussed. Okay. Then going to the site plan. Is there a sorry, I'm gonna pretend. Okay, is there a motion to deny the site plan on the grounds of the use, not the, let me think about this. The use determined by the board is a prohibited, the use determined by the board has been deemed a prohibited use falling under radiation, which means that the site plan does not meet all the applicable requirements of the bylaw, that the site plan does not have a by right use, that the site plan has a fatally deficient application in that it is a prohibited use per our bylaws. And the reasons stated by the board as part of deliberation.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Does that cover what we need to cover as part of the motion? Did I capture that? I just want to make sure I captured that.
I might add one.
Can you read that again, what you're saying? Because there's been so many different
Yep.
reiterations.
Okay, so it's a motion to deny the site plan on the grounds that the board has determined that the use is prohibited by our bylaws, falling under prohibited uses that we've deemed to include radiation and electromagnetic, electrical interference. So that it does not meet sorry, I lost my page. The site plan does not meet all applicable requirements of the bylaw. The application is fatally deficient. In addition, for all of the reasons that we discussed. Does that cover what we need to cover?
And in a second it moved, and I might have something to add to mine. I was going to add, I don't know if I can talk about it now.
Well, as part of your roll call vote, you can add whatever your additional reasons are for a denial. Well, it would be actually, no, in this case, it's just a site plan. So does this motion need to be amended?
I mean, probably not, because you said it was a prohibited use. I was thinking it wasn't free from neighborhood disturbing agents either. But that makes it a prohibited use, probably.
And the performance, not meeting the performance standards.
Yeah, you said that, yeah.
I did say that?
I don't know. We'd have to rewind. This is tricky for people at home. We don't have our motions written out in advance. Some of the boards actually get their motions written out in advance by town council.
Well, how would we know our decision in advance? That would be
right. Well, that's what it makes it hard.
Okay, let me write this down. Let's see.
And we're relying all on Carrie.
Okay, I'm going to write it down.
Carrie, do you want me to just repeat what I think that you've already said?
Yes. I just want to make sure performance standards are in there as well. I think I may have said it the first time, but not the second time.
All right, I mean, this needs to be polished, obviously, in the decision, but that the site plan is denied based on the fact that the planning board deems that the use is prohibited, specifically any use involving radiation. The site plan does not meet all the applicable requirements of the bylaw. The site plan is fatally deficient, and the site plan does not meet the performance standards of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, you did get that. Did you just add that, or I did say that the first time?
You had said that earlier. I just added it myself into, I mean, I just pulled it out of my own notes. I mean, but you said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So then why don't we amend, do we need to amend the motion to include does not meet performance standards? I think we should. So is there an amendment? Does the board agree we should amend to add? I think we should add the performance standards that we don't think it meets so that that's clear in the motion.
Great.
Okay. So amendment to the motion, is there an amendment to the motion to include that it does not meet the performance standards, specifically the standard of noise. It does not meet the performance standards for noise and also in miscellaneous standards for release of gas. So noise and gas. Motion to amend the I'm sorry. Is there an amendment to the motion? Would someone like to make that amendment?
So moved. Or is that?
Second.
Okay. This is voting on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment. So this is adding, does not meet the performance standards, noise and gas emissions. So we have for the amendment, Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, the new motion includes the performance standards. Everything that Kathy stated, plus the performance standards. And including the previous discussion by the board. Those are our reasons. The motion has been made and seconded. Motion has been amended, which has been approved. The new motion on the table is as I just read. Is anybody confused about the motion as it stands right now? It's okay if you are, we can start over. So Kathy, why don't, for the benefit of everybody's sanity, will you now with the amendment, will you let us know what the motion on the table is?
So the board is voting to deny the site plan based on the board's understanding that it'll be worded differently, but that the use is prohibited, specifically the radiation use. The site plan does not meet all of the applicable requirements of the zoning bylaw. Therefore, the site plan is fatally deficient, and the site plan does not meet the performance standards, specifically the standards relating to noise and the release of gas. And, I'll have those, those will be enumerated out.
Okay, that's the motion on the table. Does anybody have any questions about the motion? Okay, and the motion is to deny. So I'm going to start, if you have any, I don't suppose in this case you'd have specific reasons, but if you'd like to state something additional, you're more than welcome as part of your roll call vote. Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, I think that covers that. And it's just shy of 11. So I do apologize to the applicant that did not, or the potential applicant that did not get to have an informal discussion. Did they opt to stay or go?
She is still on. Paula Devereaux.
Okay.
She's the attorney for the potential applicant.
Okay, Jim, can you, I know we've kept you really late, Jim, but can you stay on just as a courtesy so we can hear from Paula?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right, so why don't we bring her in because she's waited this long. Okay, Attorney Devereaux, can you hear? There you are. Hello.
I'm here.
I hope you got it now.
Would the board prefer that we come back in July or your next meeting?
Did you want to present anything now at all? I mean, you stayed on the line so long.
Unfortunately, my client, he had to beg off, so he dialed off. And if there's any questions about the actual use of the property and getting into specifics, he's the best person to answer that. So,
okay.
the thing that we were looking for was to really just get an idea of whether or not so this is at 200 Bartlett Street, which is right up the street from 1 Lyman that you discussed earlier this evening. My client has a purchase and sale agreement to purchase this property, but they really need to understand whether or not they're going to be able to use the property for the use that they want, which we submitted a zoning information request to the building inspector. And the building inspector came back and said that we'll need special permits from the planning board for groundwater protection district. And also for a contractor's yard. And we'll also need a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I just wanted to understand whether or not the board thought that if we
You're
submitted
freezing up a little bit there. Is that just for me or everybody?
What?
It was clear for me.
It was clear for me.
It was? I'm sorry. Okay, that blipped out a little bit for me.
So I was just understanding what the board's requirements are with respect to a contractor's yard before there's, quite a bit of site engineering that needs to be done here. And I just wanted to understand what the board thought about that use and if there was any particular recommendations that the board would make as we go through this process. It's where the property, I had sent in a sketch plan, and I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at it, but this is property where Lammy Automotive is in the rear, and there's 2 empty buildings that haven't been used for a long time. And my client would fix up those buildings, add landscaping, and add some other things for what they do. But it would be a contractor's yard. They would be working on trucks and some other small machinery within the buildings, but there would be outside storage of trucks and other materials.
Okay. Why don't we see, did board members have any questions at this point and taking a look at that?
The current, the Lammy Automotive, if that's the business that's currently there, is that what you're saying?
Yes, Lammy's Automotive is currently there. They have received special permits before, and they would be staying. And my client, who's a contractor, would be using the other 2 buildings that are now currently empty. And would be fixing them up and doing site work and doing improvements, including groundwater recharge improvements and other improvements to make sure that it met the performance standards.
The use, though, the proposed use is not a truck service and repair shop, though, is it?
No, it wouldn't be. The main use is as a contractor's yard. Okay. The building inspector did say that truck repair would need a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Okay, so I'm just going to pull that up for a second. So can everybody see this?
Yep.
Okay.
Carrie, I don't know if this is important for meeting minutes, but I believe we lost Melanie. I don't know if she had logged off.
She fell asleep, I'm sure. She'll have the recording for prosperity. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for letting me know that. So Millie, you were looking here. The proposed use includes the automatic truck service and repair shops?
Yeah. So that's where they would get the variance from the zoning board if they were to get that. They would need that.
Correct.
So I'm just confused on how you'd have 2 different uses here, a contractor's yard and a repair shop. And also, are auto repair shops prohibited now or no?
They are.
Across the board, not just in groundwater 1, right?
Certainly in groundwater 1, but I don't know if it is across the board.
If I can just clarify that, and I know as Ms. Devereaux explained, her client isn't part of this conversation right now, but the truck repair is them repairing their own trucks. they're not a business where, you know, if you owned a truck, you could bring it like you could to Lamy Automotive right now.
Right,
So-
but why would you declare that as a use, your own cleaning? That's what confused me a little bit.
I'm going, actually, Bob's not on the meeting and we can clarify that with Bob, but I'm going to, based on the information that I'm aware of, is that that's not the primary use. The primary use is that this is a company that does work for the utility companies, and they do training on site, and they have their own fleet of trucks, and they repair their trucks. You know, I mean, if something goes wrong, you know, with one of their trucks, they repair them. But that's just an accessory use. That's not the main use. The main use is a contractor's yard.
Okay.
Yes, Kathy's correct. It's not the main use. The main use is really the contractor's yard. And the truck repair is only accessory, as is repair of other small machineries, not including trucks.
Mhm.
Any other initial thoughts or questions that will give Attorney Devereaux a chance to go back to our client and then maybe help inform the things that we would be asking about?
One question I had was how many trucks will be on site between your trucks or their trucks and then the contractor yard trucks? How much equipment?
So there's 5 to 20 employees, so there's not a lot, but there will be, there's dump trucks, only 1 to 2 dump trucks, a ramp tow truck, some bobcats. It's hard to say exactly how many because they come and go depending upon the jobs. And the employees typically drive their own pickup trucks and they come and go. So they're not stored there, but the other smaller equipment would be stored there either in between jobs or if they had to take it off the streets. So this company does work on natural gas mains as subcontractors to utility companies and does work in the streets. They do not have, it's a 50-year-old company. It's a family business. It's run by my brother. They do not have their own, they've never owned their own yard. So they've always rented. So this is a very central location for them. And they've been looking to purchase property to establish their own yard.
Mhm.
And I have gone over with them the issues with respect to groundwater. They will be putting in there a new septic system, which will be an improvement here as well. They really are looking to improve the property by adding landscaping, fixing it up, but utilizing it for the use of that as a contractor's yard.
Amy, did you have another question? It sounded like you.
Just because it's a little small, is groundwater 1 to the bottom left or the top right? Like, is this groundwater 1 and groundwater 3?
Yeah, it's groundwater 3 to the top right and groundwater 1 to the bottom left.
Okay.
Okay, so when you're flipping it, are you saying this is the top right in your mind or?
Yeah, for me, that was the top right.
Okay, so this right here is groundwater 3 or 1?
Well, that looks like the bottom right.
It's split. It's split. It's that area that you're just circling is
Oh,
split.
there it is. Look, Amy, it's right here.
Yep.
There it is. Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So this is the groundwater from here. Okay. And these are all existing buildings that you're proposing to change or keep the same?
Keep the same, but fix up.
Okay.
They're not planning on expanding any of the buildings. They may expand some of the gravel area. They will repave and replace pavement as required.
Is the Mock Street paved or is that?
I'm not sure what, it may be, it'll probably be paved, knowing what they do, because they want to use this as a training facility as well for their employees.
Okay.
Interesting.
And I would think, at least with our past applicants, like the proposed gravel parking area, I think all parking areas now, I could ask Fred and Kathy, don't they have to be paved?
Yeah, that was a question I had the board. Would you prefer to see pavement with, catch basins and things like that, or gravel for a groundwater recharge? Other towns are sort of different about that approach.
I don't know if Fred signed off or not, but
I'm still here.
okay.
To answer your question, Paula, basically it's both. You need to have pavement wherever there's going to be parking, and you need to have drainage with water quality inlet structures so that the water can be cleaned before it goes back into the groundwater in order to recharge the groundwater. So no gravel parking areas, and you will need drainage with water quality structures and a full hydrological analysis.
Okay.
And so in coming before the board, you took a lot of time to do this and come and stick around for so long. Are there specific areas that you were concerned about that would prompt you to want to just come to the board first, or that we can help inform anything that you need to do or think you need to do or anything like that?
Well, I just wanted to understand if, there's some opposition to contractors' yards. I saw what on One Lyman, and then the prior, and I understand the prior application was very different. But given that we're on Bartlett Street, it's an industrial zone, I just wanted to, some people don't like contractors' yard. My client would screen the areas so that any of the storage, any of the small machinery or bobcats or anything are screened from the street. But I just didn't know, we're not near really any residential areas, at least not in comparison to One Lyman, but I just wanted to see whether or not the board would have any other types of concerns.
Okay, so I just want to preface any of our responses with, we wouldn't be able to look at this plan and say, we can ask you a question. Oops, I'm on the wrong page. We could obviously ask a couple of questions, but we wouldn't be able to say, this plan looks good to me as a contractor's yard, or anything we say, I think would be, you should take with thinking of it as a generality. So when you're asking how the board feels about contractors' yards, it may just be like a general statement versus specific to your plan. So I don't want any misunderstanding.
And I appreciate that. And I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No. I want to be able to help guide you, but I want to make sure you also don't walk away thinking this planning board has approved or not approved, or is leaning towards it or not leaning towards it. There's no implied decision or implied approval or implied denial. Just, we can speak very generally. Does the board feel comfortable just speaking generally?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. For me personally, it's not so much just like a specific use. I think sometimes it comes down to the intensity, and then also to what extent, like what you saw with One Lyman, the willingness to work with the board and make things, fit nicely. How do you make this project a safe project, look nicely, fit nicely, add to the value of the area? Those types of things I think always factor in, not just necessarily, do you like contract yards, yes or no? To me, it's a little bit of, what's the entire package look like? I don't know if other board members want to provide any input on that.
My concern here would be the groundwater one. So I guess I'd have to look at it more from a groundwater, like sometimes we talk about, and Fred would know more about this too, is depending on how much repair was going on in the building, sometimes there are tight tanks, depending on what's stored, as a contractor yard too. Some people store just rocks, but other people have chemicals because they're a landscaper. Like it would depend on what you were storing on the property and how much equipment. My concern is the groundwater one and what's on it.
Right. I would tend to agree with everything that's been said. I don't think this board has any particular direction or feeling about contractors' yards. But I think my biggest concern would be groundwater and the same things that Amy just talked about what's stored on the property.
And how does the board look at groundwater 1 versus groundwater 3?
Groundwater ones are most restrictive area.
Right.
So I think historically looking at what I think in the past, we've been more overall, I think we've been more sensitive to it. I mean, other things have passed in groundwater 1. I'm just thinking back to other special permits in the area.
Well, just like one Lyman I mentioned about dry materials. Like, I don't know, like we had a contractor yard come before us before and they wanted a diesel tank to fuel their trucks.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you're thinking that far.
No,
Or-
no, they're not thinking of any fuel storage. But they are, I mean, there will be some small quantities of oil, or, you know, if somebody changes the oil or something like that, but that will all be done in accordance with state laws and using the correct methods of disposal. You know, whether it's, you know, somebody coming in and taking it out, but they're not looking for any fuel storage or gasoline dispensing or diesel dispensing or anything like that.
I mean, I think
Any chemicals, like lawn chemicals? Is it a landscaping chemicals or the
It's not-
contractor yards?
It's not landscaping. It's more, you know, it's really more almost like household chemicals. But I can, you know, that's one of the things that we'd have to look at and get a complete list of what the chemicals are, and understanding how they have to be stored and how they will be stored and where they'll be stored. You know, it may be that it's in the building closer to Bartlett Street that's in the groundwater 3 versus in the other building that's in the groundwater 1.
I mean, one thing we've seen other applications, and you don't have the benefit of this, it looks like you're kind of split down the middle, but to whatever extent you can move things off of groundwater 1, that has, you know, worked in other applications, but obviously here you're really split, so.
And as far as the materials go, it's here, it's crushed stone, sand and gravel. And that would be on a concrete pad and it would be fenced in.
I mean, I also voice, like, when it comes to the truck service and repair, that is a little bit flagged in my mind. I know it sounds like you're saying that's just related to your own service and repair, but
Yeah, they don't take in any equipment. It's not like Lammy's where they take in others people's things. The company doesn't do that.
I'm just still confused on why you would need to, if it's just your own stuff, why you would need to have that as a use and get a variance for it. It just seems more, I don't know. Kathy, you explained it a little bit, but that, obviously that's a ZBA thing, but that just stands out to me a little bit.
Or maybe because in some cases, if the main use is prohibited, that same accessory use is also prohibited. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know Northborough's the building inspector's interpretation well enough to know, but some building inspectors do take that position.
Well, it's just saying the proposed use includes truck service and repair shops. So like repair shops to me isn't like you just doing your own repair. It's just weird how, I don't know, maybe it would be helpful to hear from Bob why he did it this way. It's just curious to me that is also a component.
Yeah, it's not a repair shop in the sense that they take in other trucks from other companies. It's really just working on their own equipment.
You know how often they're repairing? Like, are they repairing like 1 truck a week or 20 trucks a week?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'd have to get that answer.
Yep.
Yep.
And I know for some others, like I'm just using other applications that have come before us, like 329 West Main. They used to repair their own trucks, so they had to put in a tight tank, a drain with a tight tank, so if oil is spilled.
Yeah.
And that would be something more in front of groundwater or Fred.
Did they declare a use on that one? The 329 never declared a separate use as a repair shop though on 329.
No, but the original was considered a contractor yard and they did repairs inside the garage
Okay, interesting.
of their own, but I don't think it was ever called a repair shop.
Okay. Okay, so obviously you have seen our special permit criteria. So to whatever extent this project can fit within that criteria, it, obviously is something to consider. It looks like in your plan, not to be too specific, but you've obviously, you've said before, you tried to make things nicer and clean it up and things like that. So, and traffic wise in this area is obviously, it's a contractor's yard. So I don't think you run into the same warehouse trucking distribution conversations that, we've seen probably saw tonight.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, they have, 15 to 20 employees here. They will be doing training here, but that'll be both inside and outside. But there won't be many. I can't imagine traffic's going to be a big issue here for this use.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that would be helpful for you to know or?
Yeah, actually, with respect to traffic, would you want a traffic study or what do you look for when you are discussing traffic? I mean, it's not a warehouse. It's not, it's not FedEx or the, Amazon up the street. So, but I wasn't sure what kind of information, whether or not you'd want a traffic study or not.
Just to speak generally about it, because if you come forward with something different, I don't want you to be under the impression we said you don't need one. So, but in general, I think that there are applications like with One Lyman, they didn't actually do a report, but they walked through their traffic with us. So that's an example of,
Yeah. Well, that's helpful to know because I didn't know if they did one or not. So that's what I was wondering. So, okay.
Yeah, One Lyman did not present an official report to us. Now it's late. I'm trying to make sure that that's correct. Do board members remember otherwise? I don't think so.
They did not.
Okay. So I think, in a case like, if you use that as an example,
yeah.
More like just walking us through the traffic a little bit. And if there's any sort of issues with, if you are going to have an extreme amount of traffic, like just maybe sharing a solution, like the application earlier tonight worked on like a certain flow of traffic and how they can mitigate to whatever extent you can mitigate those things. So just really how to be a good neighbor in the spot that you're in.
And what hours do you like? Because I know that was an issue with the previous one, and a little bit about One Lyman as well. Is 7 a.m. too early, or is I don't know what hours. I mean, I'm sure Amazon must run 24 hours a day. So, but I didn't know whether or not there's any particular guidance you can give on, hours of operation. Especially we're here, it's not really residential. So, but I didn't know.
I don't think so. Think about 5 Goddard. Did we put any hours on 5 Goddard as a contractor's yard in industrial? I'm just trying to be helpful and think of like other similar applications.
I think they're plowing, they do plowing as well. So I imagine it could be any hours, I would think.
What I think is helpful is that you have to look at your business model and you have to do what One Lyman did and just present your business model. And if your business model, just like with 5 Goddard, means that you've got to go out late at night, you just present that as what your business model is.
Okay.
So I think a lot of these questions are like the cart before the horse in the situation.
Yeah.
Is your first step going to the ZBA for the variance?
Yes.
So that seems like a beginning point for you.
Right, right. But that's helpful to understand that. And you guys know more about what what's been approved in the past. So, so this is actually very helpful. So I want to thank you for this.
Okay.
You probably would have to go to groundwater before.
Right, right.
the
We'll have to
ZBA.
we'll have to start with groundwater first. And then we'll go to the zoning board of appeals, and then we'll come to you for a special permit. But everything you've said has been very helpful. It will help us as we go through the application process.
Okay. Well, great. Thanks for hanging on and for.
Right, a long night.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
I really appreciate
Thanks.
your taking the time, especially this late. So thank you.
Thanks.
All right, take care.
Oh, I thought I ended the meeting. Okay, so I think we can hold the deliberation. We're gonna have to hold the deliberation on one Lyman, and it's very late. Why don't we can we put that in the agenda for June 15th? Is that okay?
Yep.
We're gonna have to bump minutes too.
Well, we probably won't know. We can't sit through the minutes now, I don't think.
No.
One other thing I wanted to get to is we still have to get back to, again, to design review. We wanted to talk about the member, just getting through some of the issues there. If that's something we want to put on the June 15th agenda, I think we should just give notice of that we would discuss that. So maybe we don't have to decide on the agenda tonight, but maybe as chair, I could reach out to just the member and suggest June 15th and see if that's a possibility for her to attend then too, and then we could put it on the agenda.
Sounds fair.
Okay. Everybody has to sign. Well, actually, Amy, you signed the registry of deeds. I did not yet.
No, I didn't.
No, nobody has.
Everybody has ignored Kathy's continued pleas to sign the registry of deeds sheet. So
Just means that if anyone brings a plan up now, the registry won't accept it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the election has happened. So
This is a serious matter then. Okay.
they
So
want
we
it
do
after every election. Yep.
Okay. Wait, is that just for me and Anthony then that have to sign, or everybody does?
No, everybody does.
Okay. Okay. So that is it. We'll do the deliberation and decision for one Lyman on June 15th. Kathy, do you have anything that we have to do tonight?
No, I can add it all to June 15th. I just have some, updates and so forth for you. Also, June 15th, you have the continued public hearing for 0 Bartlett Street.
Yep. And we also have someone coming in, 75 Ridge. I don't know. I think have they also been told the message that beware come July, or beware of.
I will let him know about if he wants to switch to July. And you all, Carrie, you also have Lisa Maselli still watching.
Oh.
Sorry. I mean, I don't know, not to take care of that item, but
Okay.
as far as notice, if you want to add that item to June 15th.
Let's see, Lisa, if you are still there, I'm gonna just bring you on allow you to talk for a second and see if that would be something of interest to you. Would you want to come in on June 15th?
Mute me, huh? When are we going to bed, everybody?
I'm sorry, I know. And sorry to put you on the spot, but that would be, if that's something that we can do. Is that okay? Is that something you would want as part of a public meeting?
Yes, I think we might as well do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And do you need to check a schedule, or that works for you?
Again, what was the date again?
Let me make sure. It's June 15th. Yep, June 15th.
Okay. Great.
Okay. All right, sorry to put you on the spot there. Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. So what are we doing on June 15th? We're actually going to start talking about the concerns?
Yeah, we have to get back to addressing, there are just some letters that were sent in, and I think we wanted to figure out get back to what the issue is. If there's an issue, I think before we were looking for, were there specific examples, or what's going on? And do we need to do anything? Is there anything that we should evaluate or do?
Because that's what I was gonna say. If we are gonna start talking about it the next meeting, I don't know if you sent out an email or Michelle sent out an email, or maybe now I have to send out an email to the rest of design review. If in their letter they had concerns about certain meetings or certain applications, if they could just send a link, a date, a date that on like, say, January 1st at 7:30, I had this concern, because I don't know about the rest of you, but to go back and watch all the design review meetings to try to pick out where their concerns may lie would be a big task. So if the concern is just with a Facebook post, then that's okay. But if their concern is something to do with a meeting or something that happened during a meeting, I'd like to know the date and time, at least as a planning board member, so I can go back and watch it for myself.
Okay, I did not send that message. I don't think Michelle sent the message. Did you send a message, Michelle, about that? I don't think so.
No, because the committee was waiting to hear back from you what you were going to do.
Yeah, so I don't think
The first time you're talking about what we're going to do.
Yeah. So I don't think, if you want to, I don't mind sending it, Amy, or if you want to send it, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, either way.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
All right, so and I think we did talk about that before, just finding out like are there some specific examples that we could look at, or point us to a meeting. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, anything else we need to cover?
A motion to adjourn.
Yes, motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second?
11:30.
Okay, all in favor? Amy?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Night.